14th meeting of the Board of Zoning Appeals to order. Ms. Parker will read the opening statement.
We would like to welcome all present to the meeting of the Board of Zoning Appeals. Mr. Jeff Carson is serving as chairman this evening. The format for this meeting is as follows. As each application is called, we would ask that all those, both for and against, please come to the front of the room. The applicant will make the opening statement explaining the proposal. Please note that the applicant will be given 15 minutes to present their case. The 15 minutes includes the applicant and any consultants and other members of the applicant's team. Members of the board will then address any questions they may have to the applicant. Any persons wishing to speak in favor will be allowed to do so at that time. Then those persons in opposition will be allowed to make their statements and ask questions. Please note that each member of the public who wishes to speak, either for or against the application, will be given 5 minutes to express their opinions. Time may not be shared between speakers. A speaker at the podium may request to extend their time, and the board may, by 2/3 majority vote, extend any speaker's time in 5-minute increments. The applicant will then answer questions and make a closing statement. All statements at the meeting shall be directed to the board, and cross-conversation among those in attendance is prohibited. Questions between opposing parties shall be directed first to the chairman, who may then ask the proper person to answer, such answer being directed to the board. The public hearing portion of the meeting will then be closed, and the public will only be allowed to address the board if a question is directed to them. The staff will then make their comments and recommendation. The board will discuss the application and make their decision. A brief statement of the reason for the motion will precede the making of the motion. Motions to approve shall include the staff stipulations unless otherwise stated in the motion. Also, all items or exhibits submitted and/or shown either to the board or staff during the hearing will be retained and become part of the official record of these proceedings. The board is required to disclose contacts with regard to any item on the agenda. Before each item, I will ask if any contacts have been made, and members of the board will be asked to disclose those contacts at that time. We ask that anyone with a cell phone to please turn them off or switch to non-audio so you will not disturb the meeting. Our first application is appeal number 2324, Maury's Auto, for property at 925H Kansas Avenue. At this time, does any member of the board have any contact to disclose with regard to this application?
No.
All those for and against, please come to the front of the room.
Good evening.
Good evening. Go ahead and give us your name and address for the record. Tell us about
Yeah,
the project.
I am the petitioner Sami Mohammed Rabi, and it's 935 Kansas Avenue. I heard 925.
I do too. Thank you for the clarification.
Thanks. I'm here representing Maury's Auto Service and Sales. I am the son of my dad, which we operate a mechanic service department on 9th and Kansas Avenue. We've been kind of going, how to say it, we were kind of thrown off from the time of the purchase. We bought the property back in, 19 years ago. Came to our notice about last year. My father and I weren't working with each other. I had another business, and now I'm trying to handle his business and get, in good bounds with the city. Last year, we got written up based on our setback on a fence. Originally, the fence and everything was where it was. The parking spaces, based on the square footage of the building, is not actually correct, since it was required 4 parking spaces per 1,000 square foot. Square foot of the building is about close to 6,900, since we did have to hire a land surveyor and an engineer to plot out the parking spaces. Situation that we had is the original building itself only fulfills up to 14 parking spaces to be entered easily and exited out. To be very plain and simple, we're not a Jiffy Lube, so we take scheduled appointments, and everything that we do take in gets parked inside our property. I did provide to Mr. Byron as I just wanted to be very clear of what it goes on inside my building, I did provide the dimensions and also illustrations of the inside of the property, that there are no further spaces that I could provide for extended parking spaces inside the building, because the building, the way it was designed, it was just out of my reach to, and my cost is expanded based on what I had to do with the land survey engineer, and I have also a case against the city I have to take care of Wednesday. So I'm here today to say that what we have and what we can fulfill on this parking space, as an updated engineer plan that is provided, we will only be giving 12 parking spaces in the required ADA parking spaces, is what we have to provide. Along with the setback of the fences, if we do any kind of setback on the fences, because the original fence is where it is, we never had an issue until now. It came to our attention of last year. It would decrease our parking spaces. So we haven't been any kind of issue or problem with our neighbors. We've always been trying to work with them. They always work with us. I have illustration and pictures of buildings and businesses east to west of me that aren't following in my way of, pretty much they don't provide any parking spaces for customers, or correct way of saying storing things. I can provide those so you guys can get a better idea. Not to say why am I being accused of it, but we're always trying to be in compliance because my father's been in Wyandotte County doing business for 4 years. And I'd like to continue that and his legacy. And, I'm a very easy guy to work with. If there's any questions you guys have, I'd be more than gladly to answer it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Can you address the email from the codes enforcement officer about junk and trash in the lot, inoperable unlicensed cars on the small grass area, unlicensed inoperable cars in the fenced parking lot that have been there for a year or longer, auto parts left outside?
Yeah, I can answer those. My father is a single-handed guy that's running the business. Unfortunately, we don't have a lot of help. I hired 2 gentlemen. So the lot, since a year now, about 7 months, it has been upgraded. What the inspector has seen on the property was tires, stuff that you unfortunately would see within a lot of shops around Kansas City, Kansas. Engines, I do agree. That's why we have court, and I will be speaking with the judge in regards to that to tell you, Mr. Chairman. Those are all gone. Along with the license plates with not on the vehicle, I do have since we've been in this facility, we had an occupational license, along with a license to sell vehicles. I've been trying to tell the inspectors and my planner that, well, I have vehicles that are parked inside the lot that are for sale, okay? And we have customers that bring in vehicles that do not have it registered or are not up to tag. So rather than us having those vehicles outside on the street, which we do not have any vehicles on the street day and night, we put them inside our lot. We cannot have the vehicles inside our garage because it takes our space. We occupy 4,000 square foot of the main garage, which you see towards Ferry Street. That whole section is what our garage is. The next section over is completely all office and storage spaces, which I have pictures for you guys, which should be in this file. On another hand, as of so far, it's just I'm doing my best, secure everything, but I'm in a tight lot, and I can't do much because, the building the way it is and the land.
But you understand the staff recommendations about getting things cleaned up and taking care of
Everything
these
is
issues?
cleaned up,
Okay.
correct. Everything is cleaned up. It's just we're having an issue, I was trying to speak with the staff and say to them, I can't control my clients, and I can't reject business because it would hurt me when I have to tell them, you can't have your car here because there's no license plate on it. And I've mentioned earlier, we're not a quick stop. We have customers that just tow in and do not even stay at our facility. If it's an oil change or tire change, that's understandable. But we're more of a hand-down Mercedes repair shop where we do more extended stuff that people can't afford to go to Aristocrat. They bring the businesses to us. But that's the problem I'm having, and I like to discuss with it further, see what we can do to come in compliance with it. But, you know, I'm in a situation where I told Mr. Byron, okay, if I have a vehicle that's parked on my lot and one day, out of the blue moon, an inspector comes by and they sees a car with no tag on it, well, that 5-10 minutes, he could have summed everything. The car's been there parked for longer than, you know, a day, or it's been there for an hour. It's hard for me. So the way the lot is right now, everything is, you know, parked, you know, night, everything's closed, and we're done. I mean, but there's no trash, there's nothing, as I could be mentioning, that is out in the view of the public at all.
Okay, we'll get the staff recommendation in just a minute. Is there any other questions?
I have a question.
Yes, Commissioner Polly.
Cars being parked at 616 South Boki Street,
6 what?
616 South Boki Street.
That incident back in a year and a half ago, the gentleman that owns the property next door to us, he mentioned that we can rent and park vehicles there, and we were unaware that the property was a residential. And based on the time, the inspector that came out, I was there and present, and my father and I spoke with him, and we removed all the vehicles. And we told the owner of the property that, you know, we were trying to argue to get our money back, because he said, well, you can rent this. Well, technically, he was trying to take money out of us, and we didn't know. And we came to a conclusion, and we were like, okay, well, understand that the city says it's a residential property, land, and technically, by law, you would have to have it gravelled anyways. We couldn't park on just grass. But it was a temporary thing, because we just had too many, we were moving vehicles in and out, so we were just parking stuff there, that's all.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Other questions? Commissioner Jones.
I have a couple of questions for you, sir. So the
ma'am.
first question is, during the day, the cars are being worked on.
Yes.
And at night, you pull in any cars into the facility?
Yes, ma'am. We store we have 4 lifts inside, and I can give you exact dimensions. I have it right here. Each post lift that I have is 17 foot by 11 and a quarter foot. And each post holds 3 vehicles, and at the time, depending on what is going on underneath it, if my mechanics would have to do something, we usually park cars underneath it. So that would, let's say, if I'm closing for a holiday or a weekend, we will have 6 cars, top and bottom. Then we have another, 1, 2, 3, 4, so 4 cars inside. So I can technically fit about 11 cars inside. We don't keep our garage empty. We pull in. We have customers that have, unfortunately, expensive wheels, newer cars. We don't keep it out on the street because we've been having problems that people break in, even over our fence. They steal wheels. Believe it, I'm dealing with it right now. I had a truck stolen 8 months ago, just like outside of my gate. And luckily I found it in Roland. So we store as much as we can and we lock it up in our garage. And the back alley, there's a garage bay where we have access to, and we park 3 cars in that, and that's about all we can fit. Because I have a frame machine that's in there, and that frame machine itself is 21 foot by 12 foot. So we can park a vehicle on that. And
So what do you do when you're over capacity? Because it sounds like.
when we are over capacity, I tell my father, because since I am now running his business, I clearly just deny the business until I clear space. I don't have any vehicles that I would have parked on the street. It's just, we've been having too many high speeds on K32 that honestly, in my business, would affect me more because my premium would just go up and just the risk of taking that. So my father is a kind of old school guy. He takes business like it's his family. And I had to tell him on a saying, to be unfortunate, to say that he spends less time with his kids, and I'm here representing him because he's still my dad. But I have a problem with him that he caters too much to strangers. I say, God forbid, one day something happens to you. Will those people rush to you to be over you and take care of you? So we've been slowing down. We've been taking care of, taking less business as much as we can. And I've been keeping everything in a quantity. I've literally pushed a couple customers for 2 weeks from now. So I have no choice, I'm shorthanded and I don't like to keep stuff because I keep having problems where I'm currently now renting another facility to store cars, and customers just don't come pick up their cars. Like I mentioned to Mr. Byron, I have maybe, 5 or 6 right now this month. People just don't want to come and pay and pick up their cars, and I have to legally obtain mechanic lien. And I can't park those cars on my lot because it takes space.
Gotcha.
So,
Then my other question is, so what's the connection between this case and the court case that you mentioned for Wednesday?
we have an issue because my father is, like I mentioned, old school. He doesn't keep everything, he keeps everything to himself. He doesn't tell me anything. Since the inspector's been coming and this case has been taking place since 2018 or something like that, they've been fining us. So we're just trying to speak with the judge and tell him in order for us to be in good faith with the city, is to do this, and that's the only thing, and to just deduct our fines because it's a really maximum fine right now. So, and my father was unaware because he's not a paperwork guy. So,
Other questions? Okay, seeing none, we'll open up the public portion of the meeting. Is there anyone in the audience who wants to speak in favor of or in opposition to this proposal? Seeing none, we'll close the public. Oh, sorry, was there?
thank you.
Yes. My name is Richard Sanchez, and I live at 942 Kens Avenue, right across from Maury's. And mostly everything he says is true. We got a lot of people coming in from, Leavenworth to drop off their cars. And an example that I have is that you're coming down there so Maury can fix your car, so that way you don't have to take it to Aristocrat Motors to fix your car because Maury can do it for about half the price. Maury was gone on vacation for 3 weeks, and I had people coming by in front of my house and dropping off their car. And if I would catch him, I'd run out there and say, he's on vacation, can't leave that car there. He said, we want to get it repaired. I said, I don't know when he's going to come back. I need it moved. And if you don't move it, I'm going to tow it. I'll have it towed. And a couple of times, the police department said I had to wait for them to tow those cars. And I said, they're leaving it there for the business across the street, and the man's not even there. I know he's on vacation because he told me he was going on vacation. And then, they bring their car, they buy it with no tags. They want to fix whatever they have to fix, and then that way so they could tag it. And it's just a mess out there. And it's mostly just customers, customers that have been going to this man, loyally, and then they find out, well, he's not there, but hey, I'm going to bump my car, I'm going to leave it there. And sometimes they'll leave it there at night. And no, you can't do that. Hey, you can go out there and talk to you till them red in the face, and they're still not going to move it. It's just, but here in the last year, they've been picking up everything in their lot and cleaning it all around and everything. And as far as I know, they've been doing pretty good. And as for the man that has the house, they were saying that was a house. Well, to me, that's new because they used to sell camper shells out of that house. They have a lot there that had camper shells on it. Until the man got sick, that's what they were doing. They were repairing and selling camper shells. And I don't know if that was against the law or what. It was, didn't meet the code or what, but they did it. Everybody knew that they did it. But we thought it was a business license for business, but it wasn't. Now you're telling me that it was a homeowner's? No.
I can only fix one thing at a time. So tonight, we're looking at the dealership. But in the last year, have you had any additional problems with cars being dropped off in front of your house since they started cleaning things up?
No, because not only do they tell them, I tell them, you got to get your car out of here. No,
Okay.
can't leave it here.
Any questions for this gentleman?
I have a question.
Yes.
So how long have you lived across the street?
Since 72?
You know it pretty well then.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else want to speak in favor of or in opposition to this request? Okay, seeing none, we will close public portion of the meeting, we'll get staff comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a point of clarification, the applicant has 60 days to rectify the situation on his property, and after dealing with court on Wednesday from this meeting here, the applicant has agreed to do these things, but we're going to hold him to 60 days. With that, staff recommends approval, subject to the stipulations outlined in the staff report.
Questions for staff?
Just one. So we don't have any concerns about the court case on Wednesday?
The court, with this action here, the court case, I think the judge will listen to what was done, and then our zoning enforcement officer will look at the minutes of the meeting and then figure something out with the applicant.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any additional questions? Seeing none, I'll stand for a motion.
I move the Board of Zoning Appeals approve case 2324, subject to staff stipulations.
Second.
Motion to approve by Commissioner Ernst, seconded by Commissioner Miller. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Ernst,
Aye.
Yui,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Miller,
Aye.
Pauly.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, that motion to approve this appeal, subject to the staff's comments and suggestions, passes 5 in favor and none opposed.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Oh, quick question, Mr. Byron, you're giving me 60, oh, I'm sorry.
Our next appeal is number 2345, Lee Keller, for property at 4315 Leavenworth Road. Does any member of the board have any contact to disclose with regard to this application?
No.
All those for and against, please come to the front of the room.
Good evening. Go ahead and give us your name and address and tell us about your request.
Good evening. Lee Keller, 4315 Leavenworth Road. When I first acquired the property, there was a 6-foot fence around the front of the house. When you guys came through to fix Leavenworth Road, I was asked to temporarily put the fence back so that all the work could be done. Now that the work's done, I wanted to put it back, and I just wanted to make sure that everything was right. Unfortunately, when I went to code enforcement, I was told that the 6-foot fence could not be put back up, and that I would have to apply for a variance. So that's kind of what brought me here. The 6-foot fence, there's a couple of dogs that run really wild in the neighborhood. They jump everybody's 4-foot fences. They've killed numerous animals or in the backyard. Normally, when the cops will chase people up and down the road, if they stop in front of my house, they would jump the 6-foot fence that was there because the back of the house is nothing but forest. So they, it's easier for them to get away from the cops that way. It's just me, so my dog, which is a Mastiff, is pretty big. Usually when the dogs run the neighborhood, there's like 4 of them. I've called animal control, but either they can't find them, or if they check the other neighbors, their dogs are tied up at the time. So, it's just, I'd hate to come home to find my dog tore up by a bunch of other dogs.
Questions for the petitioner? I'm looking at some photographs, and it looks like the fence is in somewhat disrepair. Is that your fence, the one that's somewhat, part of it's white, some of it's chain link, it doesn't have
The
the...
whole thing is chain link. When I acquired it, I guess they were attempting to put, those plastic things you put through the fence?
Yeah,
They were trying to put it through.
okay.
What I want to do, if I get everything is okay, is we want to put brand-new chain link fence around the front, and do everything right and make everything look nice. The road looks really great, the work
Okay.
that went through.
So what I'm seeing is the fence that used to be there.
Yeah.
Okay, and what you're going to put back is going to be,
All brand new, all chain, everything is chain link, so you can always see straight through, nothing, there is no privacy fence at all. Everything will be chain link with the clear sight distance. The front of the house they put that new wall in, that wall is like 20 feet high. Unfortunately, you don't know what's going on in the house unless you're actually on the property. And I've already had issues, which is why I have a big dog, with people coming onto the property when I'm at work. So I try to, as much as possible, try to keep my possessions safe.
okay. Further questions? Okay, seeing none, is there anyone in the audience that would like to speak in favor of or in opposition to this request? Okay, seeing none, we'll close the public portion of the meeting. We'll get staff comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Noting the applicant's commitment to build a new 6-foot chain link fence, would recommend approval, subject to the stipulations in the staff report.
Thank you. Are there questions for staff? Seeing none, we'll stand for a motion.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion to approve by Commissioner Huey, second by Commissioner Miller. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Ernst,
Aye.
Huey,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Miller,
Aye.
Pauly.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, that motion to approve this appeal, subject to the staff's comments and suggestions, passes 5 in favor and none opposed.
Thank you. Your request is granted.
Our next appeal is number 2347, Martin Galino, for property at 1128 South 36th Street. Does any member of the board have any contact to disclose with regard to this case?
No.
All those for and against, please come to the front of the room.
Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Martin Galindo. I live at 1128 South 36th Street. I'd like to put in a carport because earlier this summer, or this spring, we had a hailstorm. And we park our cars, this is my mother Maria, we park our cars on the back of the yard there, and our cars just got pretty damaged. She got a check from her insurance, I got one from mine. And we just want to put a carport up to protect it from the hail. And then my mom's always trying to park to find some shade in the summertime, so she's parking across the street on the other side of the neighbor's house. And I said, if we just get a carport, we can avoid all this and have some shade in our own backyard with the carport. So I'd like to put the carport on the back in the backyard there.
Any questions? Okay, seeing none, we'll go ahead and open up the public portion of the meeting. Anyone want to speak in favor of or in opposition to this request? Seeing none, we'll close the public portion of the meeting. We'll get staff comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We'd recommend approval, subject to the stipulations in the staff report.
Any questions for staff? Seeing none, we'll stand for a motion.
Move to approve, subject to the stipulations in the staff report.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Miller, second by Commissioner Huey for approval. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Ernst,
Aye.
Huey,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Miller,
Aye.
Pauly.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, that motion to approve this appeal, subject to the staff's comments and suggestions, passes 5 in favor and none opposed.
Okay, thank you. Your request was approved.
Okay, thank you.
Our next appeal is number 2348, John Brittenstein, for property at 96 South 20th Street. Does any member of the board have any contact to disclose with regard to this case?
No.
All those for and against, please come to the front of the room.
Good evening.
Good evening. My name is John Brittenstein. The property is located at 96 South 20th Street, and I am the brother of the owner, Emily Brittenstein. Essentially, they purchased the property in April of 2016. It had a garage that was dilapidated and falling down. It is a duplex, and the city is asking that we remedy it and rebuild it. But I'm requesting that we just fill it in with dirt, mainly because it's not used. It hasn't been used for ever since we purchased it, and it sits on top of a hill, so it's actually kind of a hazard to have a garage there to begin with.
Okay, what is the parking situation as it stands now for the dwelling?
Just on-street parking.
Does the existing garage, or where it used to be, does that provide for parking, or did it provide for parking?
It has not since it has been purchased.
Okay, did it before? Is there a place to park there?
There was, yes.
Okay. Other questions?
Yes, I have a question.
Commissioner Jones?
When, on the duplex, when both sides of the duplex are filled, where did the folks park? Because that fire hydrant in our report has been problematic with people parking there, and then we understand blocking the driveways of others.
Okay, they just park along Ridge, just north of the fire hydrant. They're just one-bedroom units, so you're talking 2-3 cars.
I thought there was no parking on Ridge.
Is your microphone on?
I thought there was no parking on Ridge. That's what I
saw.
There is parking on Ridge. There's no parking on 20th Street that runs east-west. Actually, there's no parking on 20th Street. There is, or, bring up the map. This,
Yeah, no.
so there is no parking on Ridge. There is parking on 20th Street. And part of the problem is too is the garage where it sits now doesn't adhere to the current setback. So we would have to move the garage either a little bit to the east or to the east side, the west side of 20th Street in front of the duplex.
So again, no parking on 20th Street, and with that fire hydrant,
There is parking on 20th Street. You can park on 20th Street.
I'm sorry, on Ridge.
Ridge, correct.
Yeah. There's no parking on Ridge, but in front of the house on 20th Street, you're saying you think there's adequate parking with that fire hydrant there too, not blocking anybody's driveway, because those are things that we're seeing in our report.
I have not come across any issues with that, so I guess I can't respond to that.
So you're not aware of neighborhood opposition because of the parking situation?
No, and I actually talked to the neighbor just to the north of that, and she thought I was doing a variance to tear down and build a single family. So I have not had any issues at all.
We, in our staff report, there is a neighbor who's had some concerns about the fire hydrant being blocked and her driveway being blocked by the people that are parking for the duplex. So
Okay.
there is some neighborhood concern about it.
Okay. Well, and also, we're fine with rebuilding it. We would like to do it in the same spot too. So we talked with the inspectors when they told us to tear it down, but they said we couldn't build it in the same spot where it was because it doesn't adhere to the current setbacks.
Okay, other questions? Okay, we'll go ahead and open up the public portion of the meeting. Is there anyone in the audience who wants to speak in favor of or in opposition to the request? Okay, seeing none, we'll close the public portion of the meeting. We'll get staff comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just, related to the positioning of the existing foundation is there, I can look into see if they can build it back in the same place. The code officers don't always understand the intricacies of the zoning code in that fashion when things are taken down. But given their willingness to rebuild this, I'd recommend denial of the application.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
I'd recommend denial of the application due to the reasons stated in the staff report.
Okay, questions for staff?
Are you indicating you'd be willing for him to talk to you about alternatives, rebuilding the garage?
Right, either, it may be that he can just rebuild on the existing foundation that I believe is still there, so, or in that location. If not, we'll get him on the right process to be able to do that.
And also, it wouldn't necessarily have to be an entire garage, right? It could just be an improved surface where the garage was.
Well, each unit requires 2 off-street spaces, one of which must be in the garage. So there needs to be a 2-car garage plus 2 other spaces there. And that's basically what was there before.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Miller?
That was kind of my question, so.
Okay. Any further questions or discussion?
I do. So just to
Commissioner Miller.
confirm then, it has to be a full garage and not a carport, Rob, right?
They have to be covered. So that's the only description the code gives. So it might be able to be a carport. They'd have to meet those standards in the code of, similar building materials to that of a home, but that might be a little bit less expensive way to do it.
Okay. Further questions or clarifications? Seeing none, I'll stand for a motion.
I move the Board of Zoning Appeals deny case 2348 based on staff's evaluation.
Second.
Motion for denial, as stated by the maker, for denial made by Commissioner Ernst, seconded by Commissioner Jones. Discussion? Roll call, please.
Ernst,
Aye.
Huey,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Miller,
Aye.
Pauly.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, that motion to deny this appeal for the reasons stated in the staff report passes 5 in favor and none opposed.
Okay, thank you. You'll get with staff and work out a compromise.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, our last appeal is number 2349, Christopher F. Ecker, for property at 7601 Kansas Avenue. Does any member of the board have any contact to disclose with regard to this application?
No.
All those for and against, please come to the front of the room.
Good evening.
Evening.
Go ahead and
My
get
name's Chris Eaker. I'm the property owner at 7601 Kansas Avenue.
Okay, tell us about your project.
I'm just wanting to build a 3-car garage. Right now, I have a carport that's made out of cinder blocks with a pitch roof on it. I'm wanting to tear it down and put up a 3-car garage with a 25 by 15 patio on one side and a 25 by 14 lean-to on the other side. I want to put a pitch roof on the garage with approximately a 12-4 pitch on the roof. And then on the lean-to and the patio, I'm wanting to just put a flat roof on them with about 3/16 of an inch of fall.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions for the petitioner?
Mr. Chairman, if I might.
Yes.
So, sir, the total area of everything under roof is 1,725 square feet, is that correct?
Yes.
So that includes the 3-car garage, the carport, and the patio.
Yes, sir.
Whole thing is 1,725 square feet.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Questions? Seeing none, we'll open up the public portion of the meeting. Is there anyone in the audience who wants to speak in favor of or in opposition to the request? Seeing none, we'll close the public portion of the meeting. We'll get staff comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We'd recommend approval.
Questions for staff? Seeing none, we'll stand for a motion.
Move to approve, subject to the stipulations in the staff report.
Second.
Motion is approved by Commissioner Miller, seconded by Commissioner Huey. Any discussion? Roll call, please.
Ernst,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Miller,
Aye.
Huey,
Aye.
Pauly.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, that motion to approve this appeal, subject to the staff's comments and suggestions, passes 5 in favor and none opposed.
Thank you. Your request was approved.
Thank you.
That-
Mr. Chairman, that concludes the Board of Zoning Appeals meeting.
Thank you. We'll conclude the Board of Zoning Appeals. We'll take a 5-minute break, and then we will reconvene in 5 minutes for the Planning and Zoning Commission meetings. Ms. Parker will read the opening statement.
We would like to welcome all present to the meeting of the City Planning Commission. Mr. Jeff Carson is serving as chairman this evening. The Planning Commission is a voluntary body of citizens which will review each zoning proposal. For all change of zones, special use permits, vacations, and preliminary plan reviews on tonight's agenda, the Planning Commission makes recommendations to the Unified Government Board of Commissioners, who will then make the final decisions on Thursday, October 31, 2019. For final plats and final plan reviews heard tonight, the Planning Commission's decision is final, and there will not be another hearing. The format for this evening's meeting is as follows. As each application is called, we would ask that all those, both for and against, to please come to the front of the room. The applicant will make the opening statement explaining the proposal. Please note that the applicant will be given 15 minutes to present their case. The 15 minutes includes the applicant, consultants, and other members of the applicant's team. Members of the Planning Commission will then address any questions they may have to the applicant. Any persons wishing to speak in favor will be allowed to do so at that time. Then those persons in opposition will be allowed to make their statements and ask questions. Please note that each member of the public who wishes to speak will be given 5 minutes to express their opinions. Time may not be shared between speakers. A speaker at the podium may request to extend their time, and the Planning Commission may, by 2/3 majority vote, extend any speaker's time in 5-minute increments. The applicant will then answer questions and make a closing statement. The public hearing portion of the meeting will then be closed, and the public will only be allowed to address the commission if a question is directed to them. The Planning Commission will discuss the application and make their recommendation. Also, all items or exhibits submitted and/or shown either to the Planning Commission or staff during the hearing will be retained and become part of the official record of these proceedings. If persons in opposition want to formally protest a change of zone or special use permit, a means is available by a legal protest petition, which can be obtained along with the necessary instructions by calling the Urban Planning and Land Use Department at 573-5750 tomorrow morning. Any application receiving a unanimous vote of recommendation by the Planning Commission will appear on the consent agenda of the Unified Government Board of Commissioners. Unless there is a request to remove an item from the consent agenda by the applicant, a member of the Unified Government Commission, or other interested parties, the Planning Commission's recommendation will be adopted. The consent agenda is heard at the beginning of the meeting at 7 p.m. If you are interested in an item, you should appear promptly on October 31, 2019 at 7 p.m. to see what action is taken or to ask that it be removed from the consent agenda. The Planning Commission will also have a consent agenda as part of their meeting this evening. The consent agenda is the first part of the agenda, and items on the consent agenda are final plats, final plans, or special use permit renewals that have received a staff recommendation to approve. Unless there is a request to remove an item from the consent agenda by the applicant, a member of the staff, a member of the Planning Commission, or other interested parties, the staff recommendation on all of the items on the consent agenda will be adopted by the Planning Commission at one time. I will read a list of agenda items on the consent agenda, and when I have completed the list, the chairman will ask if there are any requests to remove items. This is your time to come to the microphone and request that an item be removed from the consent agenda if you do not agree with the staff recommendation. All items not removed from the consent agenda will be approved by the commission with the staff recommendation. The Planning Commission is required to disclose contacts about any item on the Planning Commission agenda. Before each item, I will ask if any contacts have been made, and members of the commission will be asked to disclose those contacts at that time. We appreciate the attendance of those here this evening, and we recognize the seriousness of each case and each person's opinions, but would like to request that each side keep their comments as concise as possible. Your opinions will be forwarded to the governing body for their consideration in making a final decision. In addition, those who receive notices for this evening's hearing will again receive them for the hearing on Thursday, October 31, 2019. We ask that anyone with a cell phone to please turn them off or switch to non-audio so you will not disturb the meeting. Mr. Chairman, before I go and read the consent agenda, I believe that Director Richardson has something that he would like to say.
Thank you.
Members of the commission and members of the audience, I learned today that for the October 31st Board of Commissioners meeting, we will have a quorum of 6 commissioners there. But with only 6 commissioners, any application that were to be recommended for denial would not have a chance of success that night, and customarily those are held over as a matter of courtesy to a meeting where there would be a quorum of sufficient members to act on the case. So should an application be recommended for denial tonight, it would normally be scheduled for November 28th, that being Thanksgiving. That meeting will be held on 12/5 on December 5th. So any item that would receive a recommendation of denial at tonight's meeting, we will schedule for December 5th. That will save interested parties and the applicant a trip to the city hall where the likely outcome is that it be recommended to be held over for a month. So hopefully we will save everyone a trip if that were to happen tonight. I don't know that it will, but I wanted to let everybody know in advance so that they would understand if there was a recommendation for denial that we would say that that would be held on December 5th.
All right, thank you. Any questions for the director? Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I will now read the items on the consent agenda. Consideration of the September 9, 2019 City Planning Commission minutes. Fairfield Inn, final plat to consolidate 3 lots at 1925 North 98th Street. Plan review application PR 2019-20, Legend Hotel KC. Final plan review for a new Fairfield Inn at 1925 North 98th Street. The items I have just read are on the consent agenda. At this time, does any member of the commission wish to disclose any contact on any of these items?
No.
Please include the following items as part of the record for all of the items on the consent agenda: the city's currently adopted zoning and subdivision regulations, the official zoning map for the area in question, the city's currently adopted master plan for the area in question, the staff report and attachments dated October 14, 2019, the application and other documents, plans, pictures, and maps submitted by the applicant in furtherance of the case and contained in the official file, and the notices to property owners. The commission will vote to approve in one vote these items unless someone comes forward and asks that an item be removed from the consent agenda.
Is there anyone in the audience who wants to have anything removed from the consent agenda for special consideration? Okay, seeing none, is there anyone on the commission that would like to have anything removed? Okay, seeing none, I'll entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion approved by Commissioner Huey, seconded by Commissioner Miller. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Ernst,
Aye.
Huey,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Miller,
Aye.
Pauly.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, that motion to approve the items on the consent agenda with the staff comments and suggestions passes. 5 in favor and none opposed.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, that concludes the consent agenda, and we will now move on to the non-consent agenda. For the public, we would request that when an applicant hears their application being called, that they move forward to the microphone along with those for and against in order to keep the meeting moving. We have 2 items that we're going to hear together. Change of zone application 3192, Brian Ruoff. Change of zone from CP1 Planned Limited Business District to CP2 Planned General Business District for construction of a convenience store and retail liquor store at 10702 Donahue Road. And special use permit application SP 2019-58, special use permit for packaged liquor sales at the same address. Please include the following items as part of the record for this case: the city's currently adopted zoning and subdivision regulations, the official zoning map for the area in question, the city's currently adopted master plan for the area in question, the staff report and attachments dated October 14, 2019, the application and other documents, plans, pictures, and maps submitted by the applicant in furtherance of the case and contained in the official file, the notice in the Wyandotte Echo dated April 18 and September 19, 2019, the notices to property owners dated April 15, May 7, June 3, July 1st, August 5th, September 2nd, and September 12th, 2019. At this time, does any member of the commission have any contact concerning these applications?
Yes, I did attend the July 29th community meeting.
Okay. Anyone else? All those for and against, please come to the front of the room.
Good evening. Go ahead and give us your name and address and tell us about your project.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Right
here on the side.
And then the people that want to speak.
Okay, so that we don't have a lot of people standing up during the presentation, how many of you are here to speak in support? Okay? How many of you are here in opposition? Okay? We're going to get some hands, so hold your hands up so we can count.
Got him. I've got him.
Okay? How many of you plan to speak? Okay, those of you that plan to speak, if you want to go ahead and be up at the front, everybody else can go ahead and sit down, but we've got your opposition noted. Yes, sir, go ahead.
Good evening. I'm Brian Ruoff, 3F30 Architects, 7501 Northwest Tiffany Springs Parkway. This project, some of you may be familiar with it, is very familiar with. The building itself is exactly the same as what what's right now under construction at Leavenworth Road and 635. So from a project standpoint, it's very similar to what we saw about a year ago. We brought this into the planning process several months ago. We were held up. We went ahead and ordered and had a full traffic study, and we've spent the last 2 months or so talking to engineering department about where the approaches should be and what the approaches should look like. I might add that in your packets, it doesn't show the fence and the extra landscaping at the back of the property, which has been added to this slide. That's part of the conditions that we're agreeable to. I might back up a little bit further. When we brought this in, we actually had this master plan with a small strip mall to the west that has been removed from the property or from the project. We have the developer, the owner, does not have any interest in getting into the retail business, so this is the only development that we're here to talk about. I might get into a little bit of the details. Part of the reasoning for where we're rezoning is, well, I might add, we're rezoning this because we are allowed to have convenience store and fueling in the current zoning of this site, which is CP1. However, we can only have 3 fueling islands, and we can't have 24-hour operation. But we're only zoning the area that you see outlined. Actually, you can't see the property line very well, but that back edge is the back property line of the rezoning area. We're not rezoning the rest of that in an effort to protect all those trees. So all those trees you see there that are existing are being proposed to remain. The reason we have the approaches where they are is because going up Hutton, there's a hill, and because of the grades and the traffic and the hill, that's the spot that the traffic engineering and the city all agreed was probably the best location. We also moved the approach down Donahue at their request for similar reasons. So we've expanded this site in the green area that you see solely just for traffic reasons and approach and ease of access to the site. Let's see. So this is an expanded view of the location. And you can see all the housetops that are in the area, and you can also see 435 to the east. This is standing on the shoulder of Donahue looking north. That would be exactly, that's where the convenience store would be, and that's the trees behind it. This is standing on Donahue, about center of the store, looking to the west, down Donahue. This is looking to the northwest, and as you can see, there's no view of any of the houses that are in those neighborhoods. And this is a look from the northwest corner of Donahue and Hutton, looking up the hill, and that was some of the terrain and some of the issues we were getting into with traffic. So, and then I have a few slides of some of our existing stores. This is one of our interior remodel stores. This is a store we have at Gregory Boulevard, some of our interior shots. This one's right north of the stadiums. This is one we did back in 2014. This is on Swope Parkway. It's most of our stores are 3,500 to 4,000 square feet. This is our latest one. This is the one at Steel Road that a lot of the neighbors are familiar with. It's one of our smallest stores. I think it's 2,200 square feet. It's a petite store. We basically had to squeeze it on the side. It was an existing gas station when we started. Material-wise, this is the best example of materials that are proposed on the new building. It's same as 3801 Leavenworth Road, which is under construction, and it would be similar to what we're proposing on this one from materials. I might add that the parapet and the cornice at the top is much more extravagant on these newer stores and the bigger stores. This is not as, we've improved them as we've gone, and you'll see that in a second. So that's a rendering of what's being constructed at Leavenworth Road, and it's our proposal building-wise for this project. So I'm going to let the owner, operator, have a couple minutes to talk.
Hi, my name is Jay Jamal. I'm the owner and operator of most of these stores. Just wanted to point this out that I've been blessed to be part of the city, and you guys have allowed me to build stores in Kansas City area. And with the collaboration of the neighborhoods, every store that I've built here, I've been part of the neighborhood association, like I said, for the most recent one, which is Leavenworth Road Association. I am part of the LRA, and we had 100% backing from Leavenworth Road Association, and that's what we started building. Actually, it broke grounds today. Same thing here on the previous one on Steel Road. We went with the entire neighborhood, and everybody was in our favor. That's the store that's in the district of Commissioner Margia, and she has been in the store and she loves that too. So we will not put any store which is a substandard store, because I myself is not satisfied to put a store of any lower category. I consider that Express Marts, they may not be as best as Quick Trips, but I think after Quick Trip, you'll probably find that these stores are the best looking stores and really nice looking stores where people will go in and get a warm feeling to be part of that. And I'm really glad that people around me has adapted me and allowed me to go into the neighborhood. Before that, we did a project on 31st and Brooklyn, and it's exactly the same store there also. So we don't make any changes as to how we present the store. We want to maintain and build a reputation for our stores. And there will be a question later on from the neighborhood about cigarette sales and tobacco sales, which is on every parent's mind. I am a parent of 4, and actually my daughter is here today, listening in as to what goes on. And last 5 years, I can't recall any one of my stores got ticketed by any department for selling cigarettes or alcohol to minor. As a matter of fact, I have a letter from the governor's office for Steel Road that we built in 2018. We opened up in January of 2018, a commendation letter that we stopped youth. Now, if you look at Steel Road versus this project, it's really not, except the size of the project, it's about the same. I have a school right next door, about 2 blocks down from Steel Road. We get all the teachers, we get all the students that come in, but you know, we don't let our guard down because we're trying to make a sale. No, I'm not in it for the short haul. I've lived in Kansas City for 35 years. This is home. And I want to make sure that, you know, I want to come back here and I want to go for more locations. I don't want to be defensive about, hey, my cashiers or my employees sold tobacco or cigarette products or alcohol products to minors. So that's a great thing. Yes, you see a huge opposition here, but I went door to door, by the way, and I also have at least 50 letters here that are in favor of this project. I did get 3 opposition letters in the mail that are not for it, but we have 50 of these recommendations. What I did is I went to the neighborhood right behind it. I went to the neighborhoods that's on Hutton, further north of it, and then I went to the neighborhood further west or the southwest. So that's where I got these letters from people, and they have.
What are the names of those neighborhoods?
I don't know exactly. I went door to door, basically.
Just curious.
But we have the people with their names on it, with their signature and their home addresses. They're verifiable, and if city asks, I'll be glad to hand it over to you guys so you guys can verify it. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Okay. Any questions for the petitioner or the store owner?
I have a question for the petitioner while he's up there.
Commissioner Jones.
So, sir, we get you on the people that are in support of, but specifically, you said you had 3 letters of opposition.
Yes.
Are they just totally against the store, or is it a part of the store? What is their issue with the store for those?
The most common opposition we heard, and Brian can correct me, is because they don't want a convenience store or gas station there, period.
Period, okay.
Keep in mind, this is a CP1 zones location already, which is already approved, where we can build a gas station with just 3 dispensers, so only 6 cars can pump. But I'm not trying to put a substandard store there. I want to put a store that you guys would like going to, that may resemble like a Quick Trip, if so to speak, and that's what we are presenting to you.
But we need to be clear, we're not building a Quick Trip. I don't want anybody in this room to think we're building a Quick Trip. So
No.
any references to Quick Trip are fictitious.
That's exactly right. The reason I bring that up, because everybody thinks Quick Trips are the biggest.
Okay, but whether you're in favor of or opposed to this, we're not going to talk about Quick Trip tonight because we're not building one.
I got you. Thank you.
Okay. I do have a question for Mr. Ruoff. You mentioned the view from the station not being able to see the houses behind it.
That's correct.
Is it fair to say the view from the houses will be that they can see the convenience store? Because they have a little bit different frame. They're going to be on top of it, whereas you're looking up into the trees. They're going to be looking down on it.
Well, you're not going to see this store during the summer. During the winter, there are deciduous trees. I think you're going to see more during the winter. But during the summer, I don't think you're going to see either direction.
Okay, what about the lighting?
Well, we're gonna do a full photometrics, and all the lighting will be 24 foot or less. This sits down. I mean, you're sitting 20 or 30 feet below the neighborhood already, just in natural grade. So the view through the trees and down is going to be. It's just not gonna. It's not going to be possible to see over the top of the trees that are there now. For many of those neighborhood houses. I mean, I was out there today doing a second look, because some of my pictures were from earlier in the spring, and they weren't the right angles, but you can't see those houses during the summer.
Okay. Questions? Okay, seeing none, we'll go ahead and open up the public portion of the meeting. We'll hear from those that are in favor of the project to speak first.
Hi, my name's Mike Rhodes. I'm currently, myself and my wife are the owners of the subject property. I'm going to try to stick with some facts here and not take up too much time. This property was actually zoned in 2003, and upon research of these homeowners on the hill, there was only one house that existed in 2003 when this was zoned. And so this was filed with the Register of Deeds office in June of 2003, and then 7-8 months later, the Prairie Delaware Piper Master Plan was approved, and if you turn to page 19, you can see that this particular property is planned commercial. So those are the facts about the property and how they've related. Actually, I have a little bit more at stake here than Mr. Jamal does, in that I'm the owner, and if this is denied tonight, you pretty much said, hey, you might as well bring chickens, a dozen chickens onto your property because we're not ever going to allow. Who would come out and invest when they know that they're just going to get turned down? We're fortunate he's not building a bank, because banks get robbed a lot more than C-stores do. So you're going to hear a lot about this crime and him selling beer and cigarettes and a lot of other stuff tonight, which was mentioned at the neighborhood meetings. But I'm afraid that if I came in here in 2 months with a petition for a special use permit to put a dozen chickens on the property, they'd be right behind me. So that's the facts of the case. I built a house on the west end of this property, which is commercial, to screen off the development on the east portion of the property, and they protested that. So, I'm just saying that I have a lot at stake. I've been in this community 60 years. I've invested in real estate 40 of those years, and I love my community, And if you take that away from me, you're taking it away from all the other entrepreneurs that may be looking at this community, developers, whether it's single family, commercial, multifamily. This is pivotal. I mean, if you're going to deny commercial development on a commercial piece of property that's been zoned for 16 years, and I'd have to say it was awful green 16 years ago. Nobody in their right mind would have built anything there. But now it's prime. The area has grown, and Piper deserves services. Thank you.
Any questions for Mr. Rhodes? Okay, seeing none, anyone else? Yeah, I'm sorry.
Well, I would like to make a statement before the opposition begins. I might be able to take care of some of that. But I don't know if there's anybody else in support or not.
Is there anyone else in the audience that wants to speak in favor of this project? Okay, go ahead, Director.
I've learned that there's some question about what type of intersection might be built here. And currently, Public Works is working into, I believe, 2021 to build a standard signalized intersection at this location at Hutton and Donahue. Now when traffic grows, irregardless of this store, that might change in the future, but those projections are at least 10 years down the road. But the current schedule for intersection improvement, regardless of what happens with this store tonight or in the future, is that the intersection will be improved with a signal in 2021.
Okay, thank you. Well, you'll have a chance to speak in just a minute, sir. Okay, now we'll hear from those that want to speak in opposition to this project. Please line up, and we'll get to you one by one. And if everybody would just please give their name and address for the record, that'll get us started. Yes, sir.
Hi, my name is Bill Hillebrink, 4316 North 112th Street in Northridge. I'm just opposed to the 24-hour operation of the business, which is what the rezoning would operate for. I just don't think it's going to, I think there's more than just the traffic issue. I know a lot of the quick trip. We used to live on Cleveland by Walmart, which was a 24 operation until just recently, and what bothered us was not that Walmart was there and the lights that were there from it, was more the noise. With trash trucks coming and dumping the trash cans at 3 in the morning, and deliveries from the 18-wheelers and stuff like that was kind of what we had an issue with. And just personally, I just don't feel that this is the highest and best use that can be used in that corner. I think it would be more fitted for like some sort of multi-tenant office space, maybe for a medical building or something like that. Thank you.
I have a question. If you're in opposition to the 24-hour operation, what would your ideal closing time be?
An ideal closing time for a gas station or for a...
For the gas station.
I mean, if everything was done by, I don't know, it's gonna, I don't know, 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock.
Just curious.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Other questions for this gentleman? Okay, thank you. Yes, sir.
Members of the board, my name is Darrell Holland. I'm one of the notices of the plan by Expressmart to build in our neighborhood. Could we see that slide that shows our entire neighborhood? Is that available somewhere? Showing Heritage also? There we go. Okay, you will see that this is planned for the northwest corner of the intersection of Hutton Road, which goes north and south, and the Donahue Road that goes east and west. Notice also, we're only 1 block off of Interstate 435 there. Just immediately to the north and northwest of the proposed facility is Heritage at Piper Estates. Let me give you a little bit of background about that. I'm retired from the Air Force, as I said. When I came there 15 years ago to buy property, I was intrigued by the suburban and also rural nature of this area. Heading further west, open farmland there. Great. I'm from Arkansas. I got a rural background. We liked it. It was close to shopping, the Legends. It was close to our medical support. My wife and I are getting a little bit older now, so we have more medical support needed there. Houses were in a range that we could afford. Basically, those houses range between the low 200,000s and up to $400,000. The people who live there are primarily working middle-class people. There are a few retirees, including my wife and myself. She's also retired from civil service there. Well, the proposal came out. We were notified of the meeting. Let me give you the background on that. On the 22nd of April, the meeting was at the Piper High School Library. Between 35 and 40 people attended. I don't have an exact count there, but it's in that neighborhood. Mostly people from Heritage attended. Also, some adjacent areas were there. 29 signed the attendance sheet, but some others came in late or were standing over in the sides there and did not sign the attendance. Of these 29 people, 14 from Heritage, 11 from adjacent areas, almost 50-50 there. The plans for a 24-hour convenience and gas station and a liquor store just appalled us, quite frankly. Only 2 people at that meeting supported this venture. At that time, they were talking about a strip mall, which they later took out of their plans. I will say this, and if you were there at that meeting, I think you can back me up. The owner was heard to say, well, if you don't own us, if you don't want us, we won't build here. That's the exact quote from the owner. After the meeting, we began immediately. We went around to all of our Heritage owners. For convenience, we divided all of Heritage into 6 different zones. One person of each neighborhood, as we called it, canvassed all of their neighbors and asked what they thought about this. As it turned out, what do you think happened there? 75% of the owners of Heritage were opposed to the 24-hour operation primarily and the liquor store in our neighborhood. After 3 postponed hearings here, on July the 29th, the architect called for another meeting. The owner was not present at this, only the architect was
Mr.
there to
Holland,
present their case. The owner was
excuse
not-
me, you have 1 minute left.
The attendance, 45 people signed in, and they were primarily against this. What are our main protests then? First, 24-hour operation, nightly noise and light pollution, strong opposition to the liquor store right in adjacent to our neighborhood. Dangerous intersection, which I hear is being addressed, located 1 block off of Interstate 435. In the night, can you imagine 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning having those 18-wheelers, moving trucks, so forth coming in out there late at night? Increased crime potential. July the 26th, did you see in the paper 4 gas stations, convenience stores in the Piper neighborhood alone between 3 and 4 o'clock in the morning were robbed? If we'd had that store here, it would have been robbed, we feel also.
Mr.
Meg-
Holland, I'm sorry, your time is up.
Does anyone want to, and the commission want to offer this gentleman additional time? Okay.
I have only one other point.
How much time do you need, sir?
1 minute.
Yeah. Go ahead.
The last item is the negative effect on our teenagers. Liquor, e-cigarettes, vaping products. This is located 1/2 a mile south of the Piper High School, Middle School, and Elementary School. This is the main route going to that school, right up Hutton, 1/2 a mile south. If for any reason this were approved, we would need not these trees here, they're deciduous, they drop all their leaves. In addition to the wall, we need some evergreen trees in there. We want to prevent the selling of e-cigarettes and vapor products. Recommendation, if the owner wants to build this facility here, we recommend instead of a liquor store, how about a place you could get pizza, donuts, and coffee? I think that would be a real winner. Consider this.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Good evening, Board. My name is Danielle Hernandez. I live at 4510 North 122nd Street. I'm a lifelong member of the Piper community. I grew up there. I've been there since I was 10 years old. The Piper community is a community of bond and worthiness and integrity. We stand up when we feel that there is something to be said for people coming into our community and trying to interrupt the livelihood of our community. So I do have one question for the owner of this said property. Is he built a house just to the west of his said land, but also recently had that home for sale. Why is that? Why was he willing to sell his property? Why was he willing to move away from there? Was he wanting to get away from the convenience store that we don't want there? I'm curious to that answer. The other thing is yes, we will have heightened crime rates. We will see all kinds of problems in that area. We just had a 4-car accident not less than a half mile away from the high school last week with teen drivers. What do you think is going to happen at that intersection with the traffic that it's going to bring from the highway? People trying to hub and buzz, trying to get back on 435. We are a primary spot where people U-turn to get back to the Legends because they've gone too far. So why would that be a spot he wants to build in? Why would that be a spot that he wants to interrupt the community? I don't understand why he feels that it is necessary to bring business to a very small community where we have adequate convenience stores. We have adequate access to the Legends. Not once have you seen anyone probably stand up here and say, yes, we need that convenience store there. It's going to improve our community. So if it were to be something that would be approved here tonight, I would like to see the store hours, if it were to be approved, to be diminished close to the 7 o'clock hour. I think that our teens have where you have to roll in and they can't be on the streets at a certain hour. Why can't we impose that on businesses that want to come into our community? I don't think it's necessary for him to be there.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Hi, my name's John Holland. I live at 4003 North 107th Terrace. I'm actually just directly behind this proposal here. So I just have a few things I want to talk because I think a lot of other people are going to say pretty much what we're all thinking here. One thing that I wanted to point out is when he's showing those pictures, that field looking up that hill, I don't know if he was squatting down or doing this, but the picture, you can see the houses, even with the trees there. In the wintertime when all the leaves are gone, you can see that field just plain as day. The four-way intersection there, you can see all that. And we can see the traffic and the wrecks and everything else that occur there on a regular basis. So my argument on this is basically, it's in my backyard. I don't want the noise, don't want the lights. The increase in crime, like my dad said, about the 3 gas stations getting robbed. If this one was open at the same time, we would have had that as well. I really don't want people sitting there firing a gun up when all those houses are up there. You're gonna put up some kind of wall or something like that to block the projectiles. In their proposal, they even show walkways and sidewalks, but if realistically, the kids are gonna have to walk down the street to get down to that gas station to buy whatever candy it is or whatever it is they wanna buy, which is gonna put them directly in line of traffic, so that's not safe for them. And that's pretty much it. The increase in crime, the drop in property values from this thing, and it's not, we're a very peaceful retirement, we're not a really retirement community, but we're a residential area. And to put something like this right in our backyard, it's just unheard of. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name's Tony Burks. I live at 4066 North 107th Terrace, which is in Heritage Piper Estates. It's the first community that's right north of the location. I moved to Piper because I've got small kids, and I didn't want to deal with the crime element. My kids are small, and I want to raise them in a nice community, and I think bringing a liquor store and a convenience store in the area, especially that close to our neighborhood, is going to cause crime. You see the people before me spoke about the gas stations being robbed in the area. We deal with robberies in the city of gas stations on at least a weekly basis. There's at least 4 gas stations within a 3-mile radius of that location. One of the selling points that the owner had to this gas station is, if your child gets sick in the middle of the night, I'll have cough syrup for you. My child gets sick in the middle of the night, I'm gonna drive 3 miles to go get it somewhere else. I'm not gonna go to this gas station. There's a Walmart that's 3 miles away. I honestly don't believe that there should be any commercial development north of Leavenworth Road. This is a housing community. You don't see this in Johnson County with gas stations popping up in the middle of a neighborhood. I think it's kind of ridiculous. Also, the owner of this business owns, I believe, 3317 Brown, which is an Express Mart. When we had the meeting, the original meeting where he came to Piper High School and discussed everything, his proposal, I asked him a direct question, if he was gonna sell any smoking accessories, as in legal tobacco smoking accessories, but we know that they're used for narcotics. He said, no, I don't sell that at my stores. I went into 3317 Brown, and in 3317 Brown is smoking accessories, bongs, grinders, whatnot, and there's weapons. There's a case of weapons with nunchucks in it and stuff. I don't need to expose my children to that. I mean, if I was going to expose my children to that, I wouldn't have paid $250,000 for my home. I would have came downtown and I would have bought a home for $30,000 that I could pay off in a year. So that's all I got to say.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Cynthia Carruthers, and I live in the development next to Heritage that they're talking about. I don't have any children. All of my children are grown, but I have on occasion subbed in the Piper School District, and I do see the kids in my neighborhood. I don't think there's a need for a liquor store anywhere near this area. It just doesn't make good common sense. There are no sidewalks for the kids to walk on. If they wanted to buy something, it wouldn't even be, it would be dangerous for them to even try to go to this store to purchase anything. And I think with the 2-lane traffic on all 4 streets at the intersection would be ridiculous. We already have accidents happening, especially with the teenage drivers coming back and forth to school and things going on. And I had a question of the current owner too. Does he plan to stay in his home if this development, if this liquor store is passed, will he still be in his home at the very tip of it?
Okay, thank you. Yes, sir.
Hello, guys. My name is Jeff Rungart. I live at 4041 Hutton Road. I'm the first house on Hutton north on the east side of this property. 2 words here is common sense. Common sense should prevail. Everybody knows this is not a place for a liquor store. You have Mike Rhodes over 60-some years. I'd like to ask how many of those 60 years where he was not in criminal trouble. You have a gas station owner, you got 2 people that want it. I would like for you to look at the reviews of the other gas stations that he owns and do your thinking. Most of us have already done that or gone into the other stores. I didn't get anybody knocking on my door like the gas station owner said he was going to do. Common sense. You don't sell vape products, you don't sell glass pipes, you don't sell booze down the street from the Piper School District. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Yes, sir.
My name is Artrell Harris, and I live at 4072 North 107th Terrace, Kansas City, Kansas. We're here tonight to speak in opposition of this zone permit and special use permit for the property that is proposed at 10702 Donahue Road. First, we oppose this convenience store and this proposed liquor store based on the fact as neighbors and community members, we live here and we pay property taxes. We feel that this proposed establishment will lead to an immediate and slow decrease in our property values. Let me explain. This property will further, the proponents of this project have referred to the current store near 30th and Leavenworth Road. I find it odd that it's not posted up there. If you ever get a chance, go into his store at 30th and Leavenworth Road, and you're going to find drug paraphernalia. You're going to find weapons, like my current neighbor has said. We feel that this will be a detriment to our neighborhood. The proponents of this project in the store, it would have a negative impact for parents and families that live in the multi-housing units across from Piper High School. These parents will be facing higher prices, which will produce an undue economic burden on them and their families. I'm simply stating the facts around this as citizens who pay taxes in that area. Next, we oppose this project based on the increased levels of high traffic. This intersection is already hectic at peak times. Next, we want to raise a safety concern. If you go back to the slide right across from the high school, there is a multi-unit subdivisions. Those kids will know that a liquor store is there or a convenience store. They will be walking where there's no sidewalks. Even with sidewalks, it will be unsafe for kids and families. Next, we believe that crime would increase in our areas. But let me say, we're not opposed to business in Wyandotte County, but it's a shame that we as property owners and property taxpayers feel that we are being bullied into taking on a convenience store that we don't want in our neighborhood. Furthermore, there were 3 or 4 convenience store robberies on July 26th. This gentleman that's proposing this, he may be an expert at convenience stores in the suburbs, in the inner city, but not in the suburbs. Again, look at the majority of his properties. They're located in urban areas.
Sir,
Now, on to the facts.
You have 1 minute.
Thank you, ma'am. Now on to the facts again. 1, there will be a noise factor. 2, increased crime. 3, let's deal with what the property owner currently said. What's at stake for him in his backyard? Remember, he had his property up for sale. It's common knowledge that he stands to gain $750,000 for the sale of this particular parcel of this. Will he stay there? Will he go? Next, how long will the store owner keep the store, or will he sell it? As I close, we feel that this project is detrimental to our neighborhoods, and we would absolutely disagree with it. And we would, at one point, if you would tell us how do we vote to get it rezoned back to residential. Thank you.
Thank you.
We can't applaud in the audience, folks. We have a decorum here.
Okay. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. My name is James Stella. I am owner of 40039 North 108th Street. That is also in the Heritage subdivision. I am also the president of the Homes Association at Heritage at Piper Estates. Some of our big project, everything's been stated tonight. I'm not going to sit here and reiterate what you've already heard over and over again. What I do want to talk about is the report that's before you from staff. I read the report that came out, was online on Friday. What I want to talk about briefly is what's not in that report. The traffic study that was done for that report was flawed. It was flawed because it was done 2 weeks after school ended last year. I saw the equipment out there literally 2 weeks after school closed. So it's not an accurate count of what's going on in that intersection. Okay, so that's one of the big flaws in that program. The other thing is when I see what I see and what I read in there and interpreted, I may be wrong. We'd have to ask the staff. They're talking about the exit out of the store being one way or a correct right turn going west out of there onto Donahoe. So if we turn right out of the store onto Donahoe, which means we're going west, if we were in the wrong direction, the first place to turn around is in Heritage at Piper Estates. Therefore, you're going to turn into my subdivision, you're going to turn around, you're going to tear up my landscaping, especially bigger vehicles. I've had to, we've already had that problem in our neighborhood. It's something else that needs to be addressed. On top of that, the light pollution. They talk about the light, we're 90-degree cutoff lights and all the things that they'll petition on possible walls. What they don't want to talk about is the fact that that light, which is usually ought to be LED at this time, is going to reflect off all that white concrete right back up into that neighborhood. And as many people have said, 6 months out of the year, there's no leaves on those trees. So using those trees to block light is wrong. It's not a valid way to do it. So I'm not sure how they would have to propose for that. One of the things that we want to ask you as commissioners, if somebody proposed to build a 24-hour facility, including a liquor store, adjacent to your subdivision or home, would you support it? That's what we're basically here to talk about. Also to let you know, if this petition were to pass tonight, we are already working on our petition, or on our petition to, protest petition. Thank you, Darrell. With that, any questions?
Any questions for this gentleman? Thank you very much. Is there anyone else? Yes.
My name is Dana Bai. I live at 10708 Augusta Drive, which is approximately a mile north of the proposed development. I would not have received notice of the development because I'm not within the 200 feet. But I would have noticed a sign had it been posted on the property, and it was not. This action has been pending for approximately 6 months, and of that 6 months, there was a sign posted for a couple of weeks. So I found out about it on social media. I don't believe that that probably meets the standards of, appropriately notifying the community members of proposed development. I know that a lot of people don't have social media, especially some older members of our community, and, they maybe still don't even know that this is happening because as of today, there's no sign on the property saying that there's a proposal for that property. I drive past this property twice a day, at minimum. I live right there. I don't want extra traffic. I don't want trucks coming off the street. I don't want strangers anywhere near my neighborhood. I too reviewed the staff report, and there was some things missing. Some of those have been stated, but one of the things that was very interesting and was not stated was while he did say, "We are here for you guys. If you don't want us here, we will go somewhere else." At this point in the meeting, it was very clear that we were all very opposed to it. We said, "Hey, how about a show of hands?" We all literally raised our hands in opposition. The only people that supported it were Mr. Rhodes and then one other couple that was there. Everyone else was opposed. We said, "We've just showed you that we are obviously very clearly opposed to this," and he continued to present. So we didn't understand why you would say that, and then we've showed you that we're not interested, and yet we are here today. I felt it was a little disingenuous how the process of planning and zoning was portrayed to people if they don't know how this process works. Yes, it is zoned that currently. I live in a place that used to be zoned agricultural. Zoning changes happen all the time. That's what this body does. Development proposals are approved, they are denied. That's why we have a voice. We are not in support of this. I understand that it is zoned that currently, but I also understand that just because it is zoned that does not mean that there will be a gas station there. He basically said, this is coming if you like it or not. It is zoned that way. Well, that's not the only thing that can go there. The second meeting, as well as the first meeting, were standing room only. 28 people, I don't know where he got that. There's no way. There was at least twice that there. And again, it was the same people there that were in support as the first meeting. I asked the question, and it did not make the notes, what the median home value was that would have been surrounding his current gas stations, and he did not know that. I asked if he thought that it was likely in the range of $250,000 to $300,000, and he said no, because there's not. There's not gas stations next to homes of our value. This is not going to increase my property value. This is not going to reduce my property tax. A gas station is going to do nothing but bring more traffic to an already congested area. It will take away from the quiet residential peace and quiet that we all enjoy. A gas station will be directly in some of my friends' backyards. I have some numbers to
Ma'am,
share.
excuse me, you have 1 minute.
Thank you. I have some numbers to share. The Piper area consists of 31.5 square miles. We currently have 6 gas stations in the Piper School District, which are all under 6 miles from this project location. We have an additional 4 gas stations outside of our school district boundaries, but are also under 6 miles from this project. That's 10 gas stations under 6 miles, all of which sell alcohol. In July, in one night, 4 of these gas stations in our school district were robbed. Do we need another gas station? This one, literally in some of our backyards. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, we've got 2 more gentlemen. Is there anyone else out there that's going to speak between the gentleman in the jacket and then the one at the podium? Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
My name is Phil Sanders. I live at 4014 North 108th Court, next to a lot of these folks. I just have a few statements, and then I have several questions, and I know you don't answer those questions, but I want you to hear the questions and consider those. Number one, I'm in favor of progress. Always have been. My concern on this is whether this is actual progress or just a project. We don't need another project. Progress is strategic. It follows a plan, which this body and this government have developed. So my question is, what's the overall plan? What's the plan for this spot? And I don't want to hear because it was, it's commercial, because, really my position on this is it shouldn't be commercial. It was a mistake to leave it commercial in the plan. It should be residential. It's a great lot. My neighbor, Mike Kane, and a friend, he's built a rather nice home right there. It's a great spot for another home. My question to this group is, how does this apply to the overall plan for that specific area? There are 3 other corners. What's the plan? My other question would be is, what issue is this project? Because I'm not going to call it progress. And for all the statements that everybody else has made about, we have all the services, and the plan identified development in a very specific area called the Legends. So is this issue resolving something? Is it resolving a current issue? Has there been a request from residents that there's not enough services like this? Is it filling a void? No, I don't think so. I think testimony will support that. So then it comes to, then what are we doing? And so rather than, I'm not willing, very much different from these folks, I'm not willing to compromise. I'm not willing to say anything about the plan because I don't like the plan. That shouldn't be a commercial lot. So I don't want to talk about hours. I don't want to talk about what they're serving and what they're not serving. I really don't want to speak disparagingly about any of these gentlemen because I don't know the businessman and I know Mike. My issue is this doesn't solve anything. It's a project. And Mr. Rhodes is trying to develop a project based with the property that he owns. My question and challenge to you all is, are we really dealing with the appropriate situation? That property is zoned incorrectly. If this gentleman wants to develop a convenience store, then why is he not looking at the property in the commercial area up in the Legends? So my recommendations are this. One, let's really look at the issue. And the issue is that property zoned correctly? It's not whether a convenience store goes there or not. So, and I say it's zoned incorrectly, fix it. The other is, if it is residential, still has the opportunity to develop that lot, still has an opportunity to profit from his investment. One other point. The one challenge I will make to what happened tonight is the gentleman was allowed to offer letters from 50 people from all over the community. I'm opposed to that, and for one reason, and the primary reason I'm here. I was not notified, I was not allowed to sign my name in opposition to this project because technically I live outside of the area. I know the rules. I used to work here for 15 years, and I appreciate the rules. But back to the gentleman that mentioned common sense, is if I'm not able to sign that petition in opposition, then he shouldn't be allowed to submit those letters of recommendation from the people that are not within that zone.
Mr. Sanders, you have 1 minute.
I'm finished. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And yes, sir.
My name is Aaron Jaworski. I live at 4005 North 108th Court, next to Dutch. And everybody's pretty much covered most of the issues with this. The potential for crime, having a liquor store in Wyandotte County next to a highway, next to a state line. The decrease in property values in the short term and then later on. The one thing that really hasn't been covered, the only reason I wanted to get up here is it's a gas station. So I think there was 12 pumps on the diagram they showed. That's 12 people slamming their doors all hours of the day and night, and a semi-truck idling there while it's pumping stuff in the ground. So it's a lot of noise pollution. And it's also going to be potentially air pollution. So I have a electric car, a Tesla. That is going to be a coming thing over the next decade. So you're setting up a series of problems later on when not as many people want to buy gas. And this property gets sold and becomes something else and gets run down. So that's it.
Okay, thank you. Okay, any question? Why don't we get the petitioner back up at the microphone and start addressing some of these issues? I guess let's start off with traffic. Specifically, I guess the person who brought up the traffic study that was done when schools let out. I know when I attended the community meeting, that was brought up at that meeting as well. And living out in the area, I have to agree.
To be honest, I don't know when the counts were done. I know they were done in May. So, I mean, if you saw the equipment out there, then that would be more accurate. I don't know. I don't really know exactly when the counts were done. The study was done the first week of June, I think, or second week of June. There's also counts that have been done and information that was coming from the city itself because they had information that they had done the previous year. And I don't have any knowledge of exactly when that was done.
Okay, we'll get that information right now.
So, Mr. Chairman, the traffic study indicates that the counts at Donahue and Hutton Road were collected on Tuesday, February 13th of 18. The counts at Hutton Road and Independence Boulevard were collected on January 9th, 2018, and the remainder of the counts at the Donahue Road Steady intersections were collected on May 15th, 2019. In addition to those, Public Works has done their own traffic study in the area. That's why they went back and forth for 2 months to get to the diagram that they have and for Public Works to get comfortable with it. But there were some done after school was out, but this intersection was actually probably done twice, once in February and then once in May.
Okay, thank you. And let's see, noise. Any counts on how many people you think are going to be in and out of that store each day? I would assume there's some sort of evaluation. If you're going to build a store there, you've got to anticipate what you think your business and your traffic's going to be.
There was a study done at some point in time. I do not have access to that. I think Mike had that done previously. Tankers would be the tankers themselves and the large, commercial trucks would be daytime traffic.
How do you limit a tanker coming off the highway at 3 o'clock in the morning?
Well, we're talking about for delivery.
I'm talking about one that just drives into the station.
They couldn't fill up there. They would,
Can
yeah.
I respond to that real quick?
Sure.
If you look at my other stores, we've got a sign on every store, no tractor trailers, any property that is big enough. This property is big enough where tractor trailers can go in, but if I put in tractor trailers in there, big trucks, then all the car owners will be scared, so we don't allow that. We only have two, and those tractor trailers require the dispensers that pump 25 gallons per minute because they have massive tanks. We don't even have those dispensers. We're only accommodating diesel on 2 outer pumps for smaller cars. They are within the other. So the tractor trailers will not even be allowed. There will be a sign there that will say no tractor trailers allowed.
So once they get off the highway and drive through the neighborhoods, then they'll be told they can't get gas there.
But we will not have a sign on the highway. I don't have a sign on any.
I understand. You've answered my question. Okay. What else would you like to address?
I might point out that there are some benefits to this development on both edges of the property. Can you go back one screen? Yeah. We are meeting the requirements, and this is a little distorted. It's stretched out on the PowerPoint, but the sidewalk to the east and the sidewalk to the south are 12-foot and 10-foot respectively, and those are park sidewalks, and they will be lit sidewalks with bollards, or have lit bollards that are every.
Can you explain what that is?
There'll be little light bollards that are at sidewalk level.
Okay.
So the sidewalk's going to be fully lit, fully landscaped. It's going to be a nice sidewalk on the development part of this project. So,
can you address the comment about smoking accessories? And that might be for the store owner.
Yeah.
I have that on my list, but smoking accessories like Juul and all that stuff, once again, going back to just because we have kids live in the area doesn't mean that they will have access to that. And I have proved that none of my stores have gotten tickets in the last 5 years that I can think of. I have a letter of commendation the way we operate business. Our store policy is if you don't look to be at least 30 years of age, you will be carded. That's how we prevent youth smoking. I'm not a smoker myself, and I take it very seriously.
And what about the weapons?
Nunchucks is a plastic nunchuck. It's a novelty item. It is not made of hardwood where it can hurt anybody. It's a display item that my beloved friend addressed that. We don't have any weapons that you can actually use to hurt somebody. Those nunchucks, if you hold it in your hand, it's plastic.
Okay, and they sell well? Is that why you have them in the store?
No, they're novelty items. That's why we have it there.
Okay. Other questions?
I have a quick.
Commissioner Jones.
Piggybacking, sir, on the drug paraphernalia question, and when you mentioned Juul, so are you acknowledging that you do sell those products?
What is Juul? I'm sorry for being.
Vaping.
Okay, thank you.
So are you acknowledging that you sell those products and just taking pride that you don't sell them to underage minors, but you do sell them?
We do
Why
not.
sell them there?
Paraphernalia is a vast definition. I also heard from somebody in the past where the wood pipes, I had a gentleman who thought that they were paraphernalia. No, we don't sell any glass pipes. We do have wood pipes, and they're on display right there.
Okay. Other questions? Did that clarify your? Anything else? Do we need clarification on from the petitioner?
I have a few more items that I'd like to discuss with you.
One second, let me get a question here.
He may answer.
Okay, let's go ahead.
Because I do have some other questions.
Okay. I know a lot of people are talking about robberies. There are certain reasons why robberies happen. There's a little science behind it. Once again, I have never been robbed. I've been in this business for 20 years. There are certain precautionary measures we take. We put a lot of cameras on inside and outside. The moment you're pulled on the lot, or even if you're driving on the closer side of the street, you are on our cameras. Actually, we helped FBI in resolving one of the cases where this group was robbing stores all over city, and they were not able to rob us. Anyhow, we have 36 cameras in every store. Right in front of the cashier, you've got a 65-inch monitor, and the cashiers control a wireless mouse. They can go to any camera and they can see. So we control our premises. We also, if required, we also have armed officers on the property during the night hours to protect our investment. Some of the people said that, hey, the liquor store will be open 24 hours. No, liquor store cannot stay 24 hours because it is mandated by the state. It only has so many hours. And I believe you're only allowed to open at 9 in the morning and you should close at 12. This is this is the second place I'll have in Kansas. The first location is 38th and Leavenworth Road, but we will adhere to that. On the gas station side, we will not have any beer or liquor, period. The gas station will only sell soft drinks, chips, candy, soda, and stuff. Any product that will have alcohol will go in the liquor store. And in that place, the only people should be allowed is 21 years or older. Once again, our policy is if you don't look to be 30 years of age, you're going to be carded. So it's not an easy pass for people to come in and just buy cigarettes, tobacco, or Juul, or anything like that. I just wanted to point out that we have never been robbed. There was a comment about trash trucks. We can regulate that. We can tell BFI or a trash company, you are not allowed past 10 o'clock or past 9 o'clock, whatever the hours may be. I agree. When they pick up using the front loader and they slam it down and up, it's a heavy noise. I get scared sometimes. So we can regulate that. I don't have any issue with that.
What about deliveries?
For the gas?
Gas or just for the delivery of the store for
gas,
supplies?
They like to, well, supplies only come in the morning time anyway.
Okay.
We don't want to have managers there. The gas people usually like to come in at nighttime because that's when there's nobody there, no cars on the parking lot. So they can easily come and go, but they don't create any noise. But if needed, we can regulate that too. We can tell World Fuel, you cannot deliver any fuel after 9 o'clock. That's not an issue. A couple of people have said that I said that I will not bill if you don't want me to be there. Yes, I did say that. But then after going back, I started thinking that, okay, this is the group of people that live only behind us. That's when I went door to door on the other side, on Hutton and further southwest, and I spoke to everybody else. And that's when I saw there were so many other people that were wanting it too. If I had gotten a response that nobody wants it, I wouldn't have wasted anybody's time here today. I would have been long gone. There will not be any traffic from the highway. We don't have any signs on the highway that we can draw people off the highway. I have never been successful with any State Department of Transportation where I was able to get any signs. So I gave that up a long time ago. This is going to be a neighborhood store, and we are only going to be depending on the neighbor. As a convenience store, this is too far away from the highway. That's my experience. That if I was right there on the ramp, people will see it. If it's not there on the ramp, there's a big hill in between the highway and this property. People will not even see it when they're driving by there. And if you're already at the ramp and then you can see the gas station, you've already driven past it. You're not gonna slam your brakes and come back out. About the medicine part, and I said that, hey, if I'm open 24 hours, there's a reason why I keep my stores open 24 hours. There's a group in Kansas City area that goes around hunting for stores that are shut down at nighttime, and they break in. They cause a lot more damage than they're able to steal. They steal cartons of cigarettes and other valuable items. But I have had 3 stores before that were burglarized because the stores were closed. And I have figured it out where if I keep the store open, one store open, those people that are trying to burglarize, they will not come in. It's the other way around, where it becomes a safe place for people, where they come in and do whatever they need to do. Walmart doesn't stay open anymore, 24 hours, where they can sell medicines. You're not going to find CVS, you're not going to find Walgreens. Only our stores are able to do that. Brian has already addressed the issue about the sidewalks, because people thought that there were no sidewalks. You got well-lit sidewalks going north and south and east and west directly in front of the store in both sides. It is mandated by the Planning Commission, so we are complying with their request. That's where we have a 12-foot sidewalk and a 10-foot wide sidewalk.
This may be a question better for staff, but I'll ask you about the turn-in on Hutton Road and the turn-in on, the turnout at Hutton Road and the turnout at Donahue. So pulling out onto Donahue, you can only go west?
That was my next point I was going to address. As the traffic required us on Hutton, on the top right, where we can only go, it's a right in, right out. You cannot turn left there, but that is not the requirement on Donahue. Donahue, you can go in any direction. So anybody who will go west will not be turning into the neighborhood to come back around. There is no right in, right out.
Okay, so it's either direction on Donahue, but it's a right out only. It's a southbound turn leaving Hutton Road.
Right in or right out. So if anybody is traveling southbound or Hutton, they can pull into our property, but they cannot go left back to avoid any traffic.
So there'll be a median or something that blocks that?
Yes, there's the triangular piece, green, that's supposed to be a median. It'll be a raised median as required by the Planning Commission and traffic. And that's all I have.
Any other questions for the petitioner?
I do.
Commissioner Huey.
So you said that you, at one point, did you decide to go door to door in the other neighborhoods? And when you went door to door, were the neighborhood meetings already, had they already taken place?
The first neighborhood meeting had already taken place.
Okay.
And at that point, that's when I would like to go and venture out to see what other people are saying. Yes, the people right behind us are not for it. But that's when I wanted to check out everybody else on Hutton, because all those people are traveling southbound Hutton. Everybody on the west side is traveling Donahue, going eastbound.
So when you went door to door, did you think about inviting them to the next meeting, just so that they could you could have a cohesive group of attendees?
We did not have the next meeting scheduled. We volunteered to have that. The reason we were not required to have the second meeting, we volunteered because we had changed this project substantially. In the first meeting, we had the strip center there. And since that meeting, I know that we had taken that out because a lot of neighbors thought that we would be too close to their property. And that's when we took that out and we decided to leave all the trees there.
Thank you.
Commissioner Miller?
So I see on the project, I drive down this intersection twice a day. So there is a lot of traffic, but also I know that we've got the sidewalks and we're gonna have the curb and it's all gonna be built up. But there's a ton of runoff that happens coming down Hutton because you're going downhill. Right now, there's a small ditch with some rock in there that we saw in one of the photos where that water goes. How's runoff gonna be handled? Because I'm afraid that with the way it's set up, that runoff's gonna be right into the middle of the intersection.
It's a technical question. I know there's gonna be a retention pond, but I'm gonna let Brian address that for you.
Yeah, we have it in the front of this. It's hard to see with the landscaping in the green, but there's a detention pond. There's a retaining wall right there. And in front of that is a retention pond that covers the entire parcel. It's been designed already by engineering. The civil engineering's already been done on that. So everything on our property will flow into that pond, and it will be a restricted flow out of that into that culvert that goes under the street. So we'll actually be slowing down the flow on the culvert that's there now, the existing culvert.
So where's the pond gonna go?
It's in front of, there's a block retaining wall there that's about 3 or 4 foot tall, and then in front of that will be a pond. And it runs the length of that right now, but it's been engineered for the entire property.
It's not really a pond, it's a dry basin, correct?
Yes, I'm sorry. I'm calling, it looks like a pond, but it'll be dry.
I didn't know if I could.
Yeah, yeah. It only have water in it when it rains. So, but that's all gone through engineering. The grading plan's been through engineering. So,
Does that answer your question? Anything else for the petitioner or the petitioner's rep? Yes, Commissioner Jones?
There were questions about the house, the owner that owns the house, and the house being up for sale. Could you all clarify what's going on with that house?
So I had it up for sale by owner, and that is how Jay found me. As soon as I started negotiating with the vacant lot, I pulled the sign. I know that sounds kind of bizarre. Why would you stay there if you're going to have a development next to you? Well, he's going to have a screen on my 20-foot east of my east property line, which will be a 6-foot fence, which is going to be the same required fencing that the planning staff illuminates in their staff report with the masonry columns every 32 feet. So it'll be the same thing, but I'm requiring some dense landscaping in the 20-foot area between the fence and my property line.
So you're saying you're going to continue to live
Yeah,
there?
yeah, why not? It's a beautiful home.
Okay, well, I'm asking because
I built it, I love it.
of the testimony I heard.
You're all invited over.
I'd like to address one more real quick thing.
Yes.
There was some mention on developing it as residential, and it's my understanding with CP1, we could put apartments on that lot as residential, and that would be my.
So are you threatening us with apartments?
No, I'm
I mean, you're bringing that up, so I mean,
I'm just saying residentially, to develop a commercial piece of property like that, I don't know if you could put single-family housing there. So I would.
okay, I take exception with that response. So probably wasn't the best one of the evening, especially for the members and especially for somebody else who lives out there.
I apologize, but suggestion-wise, we heard dentist office, and some of those sort of things.
All right,
So,
thank you.
okay.
Anything else for this gentleman? All right, we're going to close the public portion of the meeting. We'll get staff comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I counted like 24, 25 comments. I'm going to try and go through them individually and then make some additional comments. So there was opposition to 24-hour operation. There was opposition to the noise, to the light pollution, including lights reflecting off the building back to the neighborhood. The intersection at Hutton and Donahue is dangerous, and we already have accidents there. It's a block from I-435, that this could increase crime. And there was, Mr. Rhodes said that banks get robbed more than convenience stores, and folks said that this would increase crime. And Mr. Jamal said that there are certain tactics you can take to combat crime at convenience stores. So there is crime at convenience stores at the rate of about 4 times that of a bank, and that's from the 2016 FBI statistics. It's a quick Google if you want to look. The convenience store statistics weren't out for 2018, but it's about a 4-to-1 ratio. But in those same reports, there are a list of tactics that you can take that help to eliminate crime in a convenience store. And Mr. Jamal is correct in those tactics that he described to you that help to make a convenience store safe for those that are there and for those that are around it. And cameras and video, high definition is certainly one of those, and they've taken that into account. The traffic study was properly done, and there, as I mentioned, the Public Works Department and the city engineer worked diligently to get a traffic design that would work with the proposed future signalized intersection at this location. Traffic is going to grow at this intersection, whether we have a commercial development here or not. And it's going to grow significantly. The Piper Delaware master plan covered 35 some square miles, of which 29 were basically undeveloped. Now, not all those relate to this intersection, but a lot of it will. This is a primary intersection in the Piper area, and it will continue to grow. And, based on what Troy told me today from what they're looking at, that this intersection would be good for about 10 years before something else might need to be done. Now, obviously that depends on growth rates. If we had, 10 subdivisions get built out in the next 4 years, that might change, or, but that's what the projections show currently, and they were aware of this development proposal. There was concerns about the negative impact on the teens related to alcohol, tobacco, and vaping sales. It was noted that although in the picture shown tonight, you might not be able to see the homes through the trees in the winter when the leaves are off, especially from the homes, you might be able to see this location very clearly, and that's probably accurate. One of the comments was related to the sidewalks, and the sidewalks, as you can tell, pretty much stop at the property line. But I think that what the comment was that if you don't extend the sidewalk to the entrance to the subdivisions to the west and to the north, that folks would have to walk in the street or in the ditch along the street. There was opposition to the liquor store. There was a note that you don't see this in Johnson County. And I would, if you're adjacent to I-35 or 435 or 69 Highway or K-10 in Johnson County, this is very common. This neighborhood happens to be very close to the interstate. And as traffic increases as it gets next to the interstate, that's where the commercial development typically happens. Not, less so kind of in the middle of the neighborhoods. And this is really on the edge adjacent to the intersection. So I don't know if that comment is completely fair given where this is situated. It was noted that one of the stores has smoking accessories and weapons and displayed, and I'll have a comment on that later. There was concern about decreasing in property values, negative community impacts. Well, I've already addressed the traffic report. That this was the two-way exit on Donahue, and as we mentioned, that on Donahue, as you can see here, there's 3 turn lanes, and you can turn left, right out of that, or you can right in or right out on Donahue, as noted on the site plan up here. The sign was posted on the property. It's only required to be posted between the date of the application and the first hearing. We assume if anyone is interested, they'll attend the hearing and know about other continuances or other things. We didn't have any questions related to that in our office. There was a comment about signatures on this. I think Mr. Carson may have the signatures, or Ms. Huey has those at the moment. But so those are not a valid protest petition. They're not a valid support petition. They're just people in favor, just like people can come and talk. Mr. Sanders referred to the protest petition, which is limited to those within 200 feet, and only the people within 200 feet get to sign the protest petition. And so that is the only, and the difference between people supporting or a protest or not supporting in a protest petition is that if there's a valid protest petition, when this would go to the Board of Commissioners, it would take 9 votes to approve it, not a simple majority, or not 8 votes to overturn whatever this body would recommend.
So if this were to go to the Board of Commissioners, they cannot bring forth their 50 petitions in support.
They can bring as many as they want in support. The neighbors can bring as many as they want in opposition, but the only ones that count related to the actual vote would be those within 200 feet.
Thank you. There was another one about noise and slamming doors, but also mentioned air pollution, both day and night. The trash truck timing was an issue. I would note that Mr. Jamal indicated he had a letter from the governor, but it's actually from the Kansas Department of Revenue, Cigarette Tobacco Enforcement. It does have the governor's name on it, like all state of Kansas letters have, but it's not actually from the governor. I believe the question about runoff was answered. And then there was a question about the existing zoning, or statement about the existing zoning in the master plan. So related to the master plan,
the Piper Plan was done in 2004, and when we did the citywide master plan in 2007 and 8, the community said they didn't want to change that plan. This was zoned at that time for a convenience store with 3 pumps or any other C1 use, beauty shop, you know, clothing retailer, grocery store, whatever can go in C1, doctor's offices, and et cetera. And, you know, I remember those pretty well. That the Piper Plan was like one of the first big projects we worked on, and the real focus of the comment on the Piper Plan was multifamily housing, attached single-family housing, and how far north that should extend. And that went back and forth to the commissioners, and we had an extra public hearing at Piper High School. But the nature of the commercial really wasn't defined except for this spot. The plan acknowledges that in 35 square miles, you're going to need commercial development in different places. And it makes sense to do that at larger intersections. Because when you have 5 or 6 square miles developed at this density, people are going to want more convenience than driving to the Legends. And you see that in all other developing communities in the metro area. And so we didn't say put commercial here, put commercial here. We thought the best thing to do would be, with the exception of this piece that was already zoned, to let that happen naturally and to evaluate proposals as they came forward. I think it would be hard by any stretch of the imagination to say that commercial development at Hutton and Donahue is in no way appropriate at any time ever. We might be able to debate which corner that goes on, but it is currently zoned this way, and there are certain rights associated with commercial zoning that exists. There are 3 ways that that could change. One would be that the property owner could propose to change the zoning as he's doing this evening. The other 2 options are either the Planning Commission or the Board of Commissioners could direct staff to prepare a zoning application to amend this zoning. Those are the 3 ways established by Kansas law that zoning can be changed. So I think that I've stated the issues, and now I'll move to the comments. So related to the staff opinion, in addition to what's already in the staff report, I would note that the trees north of the illustrated line on, I believe this is slide 1 or 2 of their proposal, all those trees would remain and that they would be put in a permanent landscape easement. That no smoking accessories or vaping supplies be sold in the store, no weapons be sold in the store, no trash collection after 9 p.m., all supplies happening between 9 a.m. and 9 p.m., including fueling, that we keep the C1 hours of operation, which are 6 a.m. to 1 a.m. I know Mr. Jamal likes to have these open, but this is
Can you
still very
repeat that
close.
one?
Huh?
Can you repeat that one?
Yeah, the hours of operation be 6 a.m. to 1 a.m. And additionally, they would need to follow any laws related to alcohol sales, because alcohol sales laws are, I believe, a shorter time period than that. No truck diesel sales, no tractor trailers except for the fueling trucks. Sorry, there's a lot of notes here. I don't want to miss anything. That there be no highway signage for this, as Mr. Jamal indicated. That the sidewalks be extended to the Northridge to the west, to the entrance to the Piper Estates subdivision, and to the north to the entrance to the Piper Estates subdivision. That way folks can walk from their subdivisions without getting on the street. Related to lighting, that they need to produce a lighting study that takes into account the reflection, and that note that there's not to be any light spillover at the property line extended vertically into the air. Would note that the special use permit for the liquor store would be for 2 years. Actually, and that, you know, that is a renewable special use permit, so that would be a test period, and the community could evaluate how it is operated and if that is appropriate or not. I do believe that the Public Works Department, you know, their work on this intersection that's already planned, you know, is to account for any commercial development that would happen here and other growth in the area, because, you know, this will generate traffic, but overall it won't be, you know, this is for the people in this area. Without highway signs, it's not going to generate a lot of extra highway traffic. This would primarily be local trips. I can't say it would be entirely local given its location, but without highway signage, you know, maybe if somebody's using their Google Maps to find a gas station, they might find that. But in general, this will be primarily a local location. I believe that the traffic studies and the work Public Works has done is accounted to build a safe intersection here in the very near future. So that was, I believe, 11 additional stipulations to those that are in the staff report. I don't know that holding this over is going to give us any additional significant information. I think it could be stipulated, you know, for instance, we could look at the light study, but this has to come back for final plan review. And so they'll have to account for these things during final plan review. We'll get to see the greater detail of the landscaping, the retention pond, the extensions of the sidewalks, you know, how they're going to limit the hours of, you know, operation when the trash trucks are going to be there. And, you know, I know that we have issues in other neighborhoods that, you know, sometimes the trash truck folks, they'll obey for a while and then they won't. But, you know, we are now working with the police to work on that in other neighborhoods, including mine. I don't live very close to one of those places, but if my windows are open in the summer, 2:30, 3 o'clock in the morning, those things banging down will wake you up, and we don't want to have that happen in any neighborhood. So we need to make sure that that's accounted for and that they really do have good working relationship with their business partners. I think with those additional 11 stipulations, that I would recommend approval of the application with those additional stipulations and what's already contained within the staff report. I'd be happy to answer any questions you have and suggest you take a motion on the change of zone first and the special use permit second.
Any questions for staff? Commissioner Pauly,
Rob, maybe
is your mic on?
there's so much opposition.
Is your mic on? Okay.
Given that there's so much opposition and you've had to include 11 stipulations to this, and it is a requested change of zone, it is currently zone CP1, what is the benefit of changing the zoning if the neighborhood is so opposed?
So I think that if you go back to Mr. Sanders' comment about is this a project or is this progress? The C1 zoning district was written probably 30 or 40 years ago, before you had the larger scale convenience stores. I think the larger scale convenience store does bring more traffic, but with the visibility and the additional people there, and with the operator like Mr. Jamal, I think it would be safer than having someone come in with a three pump gas station that doesn't have the financial resources behind it to provide the quality security services that Mr. Jamal will. Now, I'm putting a lot of faith in my recommendation with Mr. Jamal. He wants to do more projects, and if he wants to keep getting recommendations, he will do what he says. And so far, in the projects that I've worked with him, he has done that. And so I think that there is, now, the liquor store part, you know, depends on how far you want to drive when you run out of beer during the Chiefs game, I guess. So, I mean, I don't know if I have a good answer to your question about the liquor store, but I do think that eventually you will have other convenience stores in the Piper area. And it's a matter of time. I mean, I think that in 29 undeveloped square miles, you'll probably even have apartments in places you don't imagine them now. I just don't know of 29 square miles that gets developed without multifamily housing and commercial in it anywhere in the Midwest. We have to plan for that. We have to do it correctly. I mean, there's a lot that goes into that. But I do think that you're going to have a convenience store at some point in the future. I think that this location is close to a major intersection. It's on a major intersection, which is appropriately located. And I think with the scale of it, you probably have a better project than if somebody came in and actually did a small 3-pump gas station.
But we would again go through this process and hear from the community.
You would be looking at a preliminary and final plan review.
Correct.
You wouldn't be looking at a zoning change. So
But the community would have input and say.
They would.
I want to go back to your and piggybacking on Commissioner Pauly's comment about the zoning. Given the response here tonight about the zoning for that corner, you mentioned that the petitioner could do like he's doing tonight, come in and have that changed, or that this body could instruct the staff to look into changing the zoning, correct?
Yes, you'd have to instruct us what to change the zoning to.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Jones.
Okay, so I want to try to piggyback on Commissioner Pauly as well. I have kind of a reality check kind of question, and I know maybe it's a reality check question that those in the audience in opposition don't necessarily want to hear, but just so we're clear, the reality of what's before us today is the special use permit in terms of Mr. Jamal being able to sell liquor or not sell liquor. That's part one. And then part two is the change of zones, which means smaller versus bigger, more pumps versus less pumps, correct?
Correct. I do want to clarify that even if he just had a convenience store, he could sell beer at the convenience store. He couldn't sell hard liquor or wine, I don't think, but he could sell beer like, I'm going to say Quick Trip at 78th and State. They could sell alcohol just like that facility would. Sorry.
Okay.
It's a good example.
So I'll modify it. So part one is limiting the type of liquor that can be sold. And then again, part two, less versus more, basically.
Correct.
So the question is not really before us, and I'm sensitive to this because there's so many people here. I'm a homeowner. I live in Piper, so I get all of that. Chairman Carson does as well. So I want you to know that we get that. So if Mr. Jamal and company wanted at this point to put a convenience store there with existing zoning, they could. It just wouldn't necessarily look like they want it to look.
Correct. The store could look exactly the same. You would just have 3 gas pumps instead of 12.
Right.
Those are double-sided, so it's probably 24.
I just wanted to be clear what the issues are, the two issues are here before us, because it's not about whether or not at this point with what's before us, whether there's going to be a store there or not. If he wasn't requesting a special use permit for a certain type of liquor sale, if he wasn't requesting a change of zone for more versus less, then that wouldn't be the issue. And so let me just add one more thing. So in sensitivity to the significant opposition that's here, I think in my mind, it would be fair for us to ask you to make a statement about if the community and the current opposition, which is still significant, they're still somewhat in proximity, even though I understand not everybody is within 200 feet. I heard somebody say something about requesting a protest. Even if we did not pass this, I just need the audience to know that a store could be still there with the current zoning. But before it's built, is there an avenue for the residents that don't want a store at all to pursue?
They would need to Two things. So if they applied for a preliminary and final plan, they could attend the hearing process. And, Patrick could correct me on this, but that's a process to say that they meet our code. It's not a we want a convenience store or not. It's that they meet the code of the unified government.
Right, the review is much more limited under review of a plan than it is changing.
So the other part would be that they could request of their commissioner or of you all to direct us to submit a change of zone for this property to a specific zoning district.
I have a question going back to one of the statements that was said regarding notice about a sign not being up at the location.
So there was a sign up, and Mrs. Bai acknowledged there was a sign, and that was prior to the first hearing. And we had people put a sign up once, and if there's a continuance or anything, our numbers are on there. If people or an email, if they have questions there, they can get that from the sign. But after the date of whatever the first hearing would have been, then the sign really is, we don't require anything after that by code. Some of them stay up there because people don't take them down. I try and get those taken down, but generally we require that to be up once. If you think we should do that,
And how long a period of time?
it's about 20 days.
20 days is the requirement for it to be there?
Yeah, I don't know if it's 18 or 23, but it's in that range. I'd have to look at the specific code section.
And
I just-
when would this sign have originally gone up?
It would have been up in, April or May of this year.
And so as far as, maybe I'm getting to the weeds but I'm looking at a project that has significant community disapproval. And to me, it would make sense to remove the sign at the end of the 23 days so that nobody else knows what's going on. Should that be something that needs to be looked at?
Well,
Should that sign be there through the, you're out of order. No, I'm not recognizing you. Questions for him, you're not the director. Okay?
So, we've required the sign since sometime in 2004, 2005. This is really the first time I recall this coming up. We are in the process of rewriting the zoning code right now, so if the planning commission feels like we ought to change how we do that, we can work on that as part of that process. I will say that those signs are, the city buys those, so they're not cheap.
Okay.
And
I'm just curious. And I apologize to you all for being agitated, but you started it. Okay? So that's where I'm at on this. So, okay, any questions for staff?
I have one last one.
Commissioner Jones.
So Rob, related to the traffic and the safety issue, just a clarifying point, there's going to be a light there in 2021?
I spoke with the county engineer today, and I believe that he said 2021 is when that's planned. They're working on it already.
Okay, and then sidewalks on the other corridors beside in front of the store, is that a part of maybe what's going to be in the 10-year?
So what I've said is that they need to extend this to the north and extend this to the west until it hits the subdivision streets.
And then who becomes responsible for upkeep and maintenance and replacement in the future? Does that transfer to the neighborhoods?
No, those are in the right-of-way.
So the cities.
In this case, they would be in the right-of-way, and the city would
So
maintain those.
up Hutton Road and down Donahue, they would
Yes.
be city responsibility.
Yeah, and that could vary case by case, because that's not always the case. But in this case, they are in the right-of-way. This is the right-of-way line. This is the right-of-way line right here, and this is the right-of-way line over here.
Okay. Further questions for staff? Seeing none, we'll stand for a motion.
Motion to deny
Second.
Can I get a reason for denial?
due to public opposition.
Okay, motion is for denial due to public response. Any discussion? Motion made by Commissioner Pauly, seconded by Commissioner Miller. Any discussion?
And this is on the change of zone.
This is on the change of zone, correct? Thank you. Any discussion? Okay, roll call, please.
Ernst,
Aye.
Huey,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Miller,
Aye.
Pauly.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, that motion to recommend a denial of change of zone application 3192 passes 5 in favor and none opposed.
Okay, now I'll entertain a motion on the special use permit.
Motion to deny.
Second.
Motion to deny by Commissioner Jones, seconded by Commissioner Polly, I'm assuming for the same reasons.
Yes, public opposition.
Thank you. Any discussion? Roll call, please.
Ernst?
Aye.
Huey?
Aye.
Jones?
Aye.
Miller?
Aye.
Pauly?
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, that motion to recommend denial of SP 2019-58 passes 5 in favor and none opposed.
Okay, and as the director stated, since this it was recommended for denial, it will be heard again on December 5th at 7 p.m., correct?
That's correct.
All right, thank you. Thank you all for your comments. If you'll leave quietly, we would appreciate that as well. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, we're going to move on to our next application. We have two that are going to be heard together. Change of zone application 3205, Joe McLaughlin with BHC Roads. Change of zone from AG Agriculture Wyco District to AG Agriculture City District to subdivide the property into 4 lots and the acres preliminary and final plat for 4 lots at 13841 Markson Road. Please, at this time, please include the following items as part of the record for this case: the city's currently adopted zoning and subdivision regulations, the official zoning map for the area in question, the city's currently adopted master plan for the area in question, the staff report and attachments dated October 14, 2019, the application, other documents, plans, pictures, and maps submitted by the applicant in furtherance of the case and contained in the official file, the notice in the Wyandotte Echo dated September 19, 2019, and the notices to property owners dated September 12, 2019. At this time, does any member of the commission have any contact to disclose with regard to this case?
No.
All those for and against, please come to the front of the room.
Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Joe McLaughlin. I'm the applicant, 712 State Avenue. I represent the Acres at Piper LLC. We're requesting to rezone this property from County Agricultural District to City Agricultural District, which will allow the platting of the property into 3 lots. One which will contain approximately 6 acres located at the northwest corner of the property. One which will contain approximately 9 acres lying adjacent to and east of the 6-acre lot, and pardon me, and one that will contain the remaining 126 acres. The 6-acre tract at the northwest corner will encompass the existing house and improvements. The 9-acre tract is currently undeveloped, but will become a large lot single-family home site. The 126-acre tract will remain farmland for the foreseeable future. We feel that the proposed lot configuration will be well matched with the character of the area, which is comprised of single-family homes, agricultural farmland, and other large lot home sites in the area. Let's see. We want this to be approved, but we do question the logic of the stipulation that we dedicate 80-foot wide corridor for right-of-way. Based on the case study, or K7 corridor study, which actually says that the exact location and design of the right-of-way cannot be determined by the concept and could be different from what's shown. We feel that this right-of-way should be approached at a later date when the development of this road is more imminent and we know exactly where that road's going to run through. That kind of wraps up everything that I had to say. I'm open to questions.
Okay, questions for the petitioner? Okay, I think we'll deal with the right-of-way issue when we talk to staff. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to speak in favor of or in opposition to this proposal? Okay, seeing none, we'll close the public portion of the meeting. We'll get staff comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In 2007, the unified government entered into a memorandum of understanding with KDOT and several other K7 communities to implement the K7 corridor plan. So the K7 corridor plan basically indicates that there should be limited access interchanges along the K7 corridor. And Unified Government supported that because a limited access highway increases traffic volume to the extent that we would anticipate future tax generating commercial development in the corridor to benefit the city. That was the logic at the time. So to that end, when we adopted the citywide master plan on pages 22, 48, and 106, it describes implementing to one degree or another this plan. The issue here is that if you build an intersection with K7 and you take away the access along K7 with other properties, there will need to be basically a back feeder road or a quarter to half mile off frontage collector or arterial road. And the study says, well, our standards for collector streets and arterial streets are 80 feet. There's some variation of that, but generally 80 feet. And the reason we want, you can see on the aerial map right where this goes through where that street would go. And this road extends the length of our county. So if you can imagine that if we changed the location for this property, say we moved it all the way to the eastern edge of the property, so we're not going to put that on this property. That could have impacts to what people have been planning on, because you can see the property lines and where the tree lines and the fences are in that study. It could change that location for a mile and people impacted for a mile north and south of this. We have a pretty good degree of certainty that if we dedicate 80 feet in the general location where that blue line, it's a blue line on the map with the KDOT plan, that we will be able to connect to that north and south. I would also note that we've had other subdivisions proposed in this in the K7 corridor where actually it was more of a single family subdivision with regular subdivision lots, and that collector arterial street was actually part of their development plan. Now that one never got built, but I would say that we have precedent for that. We have a memorandum of understanding with KDOT that's still in place, and we have our citywide master plan that says we'll implement this. So with those notes on why we would say that that's there, and the last note I would say is that given the hearing we just had, imagine 4 new people with big houses on acreages and you want to put an arterial street right beside them. Right. They need to know now.
Exactly.
And so with that note, I would recommend approval subject to the stipulations in the staff report.
Thank you. Questions for staff? Seeing none, I'll entertain a motion.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion to approve by Commissioner Jones, seconded by Commissioner Polly. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call, please.
Ernst?
Aye.
Huey?
Aye.
Jones?
Aye.
Miller?
Aye.
Polly?
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, that motion to recommend approval of the change of zone application 3205, subject to the staff's comments and suggestions, passes 5 in favor and none opposed.
Thank you. This will be heard again on 10.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Second, I'm sorry. I also need to have a motion and vote on the subdivision plat, the acres.
Excuse me. Thank you. Entertain a motion on the subdivision plat.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion to approve the subdivision plat made by Commissioner Huey, seconded by Commissioner Jones. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call, please.
Ernst?
Aye.
Huey?
Aye.
Jones?
Aye.
Miller?
Aye.
Polly?
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, that motion to approve the preliminary and final plat, subject to the staff comments and suggestions, passes 5 in favor, none opposed.
Thank you. This will be heard again on 10/31 at 7 p.m. in this room. And with that, we are going to take a 5-minute recess, and we'll be back in just a few moments. Thank you. Okay, we'll go ahead and reconvene. Had a long evening, and I'm sure everybody wants to get underway.
Mr. Chairman, our next change of zone is number 3206. Travis Wilson, change of zone from C1 Limited Business District to C3 Commercial District for a mixed-use, single-family residential with leasable commercial space at 1847 South 14th Street. Please include the following items as part of the record for this case. The city's currently adopted zoning and subdivision regulations, the official zoning map for the area in question, the city's currently adopted master plan for the area in question, the staff report and attachments dated October 14, 2019, the application and other documents, plans, pictures, and maps submitted by the applicant in furtherance of the case and contained in the official file, the notice in the Wyandotte Echo dated September 19, 2019, and the notices to property owners dated September 12, 2019. Does any member of the commission have any contact to disclose with regard to this case?
No.
All those for and against, please come to the front of the room.
We do have some contact to disclose.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Commissioner Ernst.
In a long, convoluted way, when Commissioner Neal of this body discovered he couldn't be here tonight, he asked me to ask some questions of the petitioner and of staff for a constituent of Commissioner Margia.
Okay. Sorry I missed you.
Thank you.
All those for and against, please come to the front of the room.
Thank you, and good evening.
Good evening. It is not any longer afternoon. My name is Travis Wilson. I represent Veritas Architecture and Design. Here on behalf of owner of the property, Jason Carter Solomon, who will also speak to this rezoning. So Jason purchased this property with the intent of making it a mixed-use development. So it has a corner site there. At some point, there was a residence in there. I think the last time the property was used, it was maybe a duplex. I believe it's been vacant for some time. I can't verify how long. We've heard it's maybe 8 or 9 years. But the goal was to make it a mixed-use site where you could have some kind of a craftsperson come in and have like a work-live type of a space. So a leather maker comes in, they have a little leather shop, maybe they sell goods, maybe they just create goods there for sale at the farmer's market, and there's also a living space that's all within this one unit that's existing there. We proceeded through process with the UG, have that reviewed, and we were notified that under the current zoning, which is C1, they're actually not allowed to have the residential component of that. Under C1 use, this could only be used for commercial space. So the recommendation by staff at that point was for us to go through this rezoning process so that we could have the use of both residential and commercial on the same property. So that's kind of where we are now. I've got additional information that we can provide, that we can show on the screen about what it looks like, if that's helpful. But we are proposing pretty significant work to the exterior of the building, which is in disarray, and it's kind of really falling apart now. The brick needs tuck pointing, the roof needs repair. There's a lot of work that Jason plans to put into the building just to make it a viable, habitable space regardless. So if you guys don't have that, we can provide that. I've got a little thumb drive here too.
We'll pull up the images from the staff report.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for the petitioner? Commissioner Ernst.
This was actually covered in the neighborhood meeting, and I want to acknowledge that for everyone. But one of the residents was concerned about the type of business that was going to go in there and wanted to know if you had any further knowledge of what.
I'll let Jason speak to the types of tenants that he's trying to bring into the space.
Good evening, commissioners. Yeah, as to the types of businesses that would come in here, it's going to be a matter of what the market and demand is for the space. My heartfelt intent is that it's for some type of creative person, such as an entrepreneur who is at the point where they're not just a hobbyist artist or an actual craftsperson, and they need some type of workspace to create their goods, potentially sell their goods, but most likely a lot of their business is conducted online. I think in this newer economy, that's where a lot of creative types are going to. But they lack adequate space. Usually they're working out of damp basements and garages. And as the city becomes more popular, it's very difficult for folks to find affordable live workspace. And the intent is to have someone that is not needing super high, intense retail traffic, but just needs the space. So nothing that's going to create a lot of undue burden to the neighborhood.
Not surprisingly, one of the questions was in regard to a liquor store, anything
Yeah.
of that nature.
I'm sorry to cut you off.
Concern the neighbors.
Yeah, can I address that? Because I've heard by matter of course and just working on the project and potentially just not having perhaps gone to the neighbors myself, a number of rumors pop up. I have no desire to open a liquor store here. I do not want a liquor license. That's not even on the agenda. There will be no nightclub here. I don't even know where that rumor came from. There's not going to be a fourplex here. I don't know where that came from. I want the project as proposed. I don't think any of those things are conducive to that building, nor do I think they would be good for the neighborhood. Again, I only want to create positive energy within the neighborhood and have a positive impact on the neighborhood. So I don't believe that tobacco sales, liquor sales, any type of higher density from a living standpoint would contribute positively to that building or the neighborhood. I think this was originally a little grocery store bodega on the south corner with the person that ran it, they lived in it. And my intent is to essentially recreate that, likely with less intensive traffic.
Thank you for clarifying that.
Other questions? Okay, seeing none, we'll open up the public portion of the meeting. Is there anyone in the audience who wants to speak in favor of this project? In favor? Yes. Name and address, please.
Hi, I'm Erin Strika with Rosedale Development Association at 1403 Southwest Boulevard. Here tonight to say I think this project as presented makes a good use of a building that's in pretty severe disrepair. It's been abandoned for 10, maybe 15 years. And I've been doing a little bit of door knocking in the neighborhood, asking people about it and asking for opinions about the project. And people have really fond memories of this building way back in the day. And several people have told me they'd like to see it restored. That said, I've also heard a lot of confusion and worry about what's actually going to be happening at this building, mostly related to that commercial use, questions about what could go in. And of course, the applicant doesn't really know that right now, but I did want to ask that maybe there be a rundown of the types of uses that would be allowed under this new zoning so people have an idea of what they could expect or what they could not expect legally, not just what the applicant is planning on. But overall, I think it would be nice to see this building revitalized, and most of the folks that I've spoken to in the neighborhood felt that way.
Great, thank you very much. Anyone else who would like to speak in favor of the project? Okay, is there anyone who would like to speak in opposition? Okay, yes, ma'am.
I guess I can't be neutral, so I'm going to have to say opposition because I live right next door.
We're going to listen to
Meredith
you
McMahon.
regardless of what you say.
I'm at 1843 South 14th, right next door. Not that I know it will be something, and I'd rather it be something than nothing. Until this evening, I didn't know anything else about what was going to happen. I was unable to attend the meeting that he had previously. I had a prior commitment. As long as it's not something that's going to be detrimental to the place that I have lived for over 40 years, I don't have a problem with it. But like he said, and everybody said, there was all these different things. Oh, it's going to be a fourplex. Oh, it's going to be this. It's going to be all these different things. I just needed to know what it was going to be.
Okay, so you're here for clarity.
I'm here for clarity.
We hope we'll get you some.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else would like to speak in favor of or in opposition to? Okay, seeing none, we will close the public portion of the meeting. We'll get staff comment and clarity.
I hope. So just a little bit of history on this. So when Jason brought this in, we were trying to decide if they could do this without going through the rezoning process, because there's some historic evidence of the use, but there weren't business licenses or anything else for many, many years to support that. And we were afraid he would get into the middle of a rehabilitation and a neighbor would ask questions or create rumors like what we've had, and we would have to stop and go through this in the middle of a construction project. So we thought it best to go through and rezone this to C3 where they could have the residential uses. But I think that we could limit this to a maker space or one of the C1 uses that would have already been allowed there, and that should pretty much take care of those other issues. C1 is the lightest rung of commercial, and he said that he won't sell alcohol or tobacco or have a nightclub. So, if we say C1 or a maker space, some of them, if somebody has a kiln in there, that might be in some other zoning district, if they're going to do pottery or something, but fire department will have its issues with it, something like that. But I think the neighbors wouldn't care if they had a potter, or an artist of some kind next door. So I'd recommend approval subject to stipulations in the staff report, limited to C1 commercial uses on the commercial side, or a maker's space, creative person space as he's described. No tobacco, no liquor sales, no nightclub, no fourplex.
Any questions for staff? I feel like if it gets any hotter in here, we'll be able to fire our own pottery. Any additional questions for staff? Seeing none, I'll stand for a motion.
Move to.
Go ahead. Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion to approve by Commissioner Huey, seconded by Commissioner Miller. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Ernst?
Aye.
Huey?
Aye.
Jones?
Aye.
Miller?
Aye.
Pauly?
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, that motion to recommend approval of change of zone 3206, subject to the staff's comments and suggestions, passes 5 in favor and none opposed.
Thank you. This will be heard again on October 31st.
Mr. Chairman, that completes the change of zones, and we're going to move on to the special use permits now. Our first one is special use permit SP 2019-77, Jahan Enterprises LLC. Special use permit for a dirt fill at 1215 Merriam Lane. Please include the following items as part of the record for this case: the city's currently adopted zoning and subdivision regulations, the official zoning map for the area in question, the city's currently adopted master plan for the area in question, the staff report and attachments dated October 14, 2019, the application and other documents, plans, pictures, and maps submitted by the applicant in furtherance of the case and contained in the official file, the notice in the Wyandotte Echo dated June 13, 2019, the notices to property owners dated June 12, July 1, August 7, and September 2, 2019. Does any member of the commission have any contact to disclose with regard to this case?
No.
All those for and against, please come to the front of the room.
Good evening.
Good evening. My name's Janice Sudduth, and I'm here representing Aurangzeb Khan for Jahan Enterprises. And just a real quick history. There were people working on the floodplain in the easement, and a company, and they asked him if he wanted dirt. And not really understanding all the ramifications of that, he said, sure. And they said they would flatten it. They didn't. They piled a bunch of it up right next to the creek. So what we're requesting is a permit to go ahead and flatten that out and get it in compliance with the city. He's working with the company to try to get some kind of resolution, but doesn't necessarily want to wait until that resolution comes to go ahead and get that taken care of, since it's out of compliance right now.
Okay. Thank you. Questions for the petitioner? Seeing none, we'll go ahead and open up the public portion of the meeting. Is there anyone who wants to speak in favor of or in opposition to this request? Seeing none, we'll close the public portion. We'll get staff comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We'd recommend approval subject to the stipulations in the staff report.
Any questions for staff? Seeing none, I'll entertain a motion.
Move to approve, subject to the stipulations in the staff report.
Second.
Motion to approve by Commissioner Miller, seconded by Commissioner Jones. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Ernst?
Aye.
Huey?
Aye.
Jones?
Aye.
Miller?
Aye.
Pauly?
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, that motion to recommend approval of this special use permit, subject to the staff's comments and suggestions, passes. 5 in favor and none opposed.
Thank you. This will be heard again on October 31st, 7 PM in this room.
Our next application is special use permit SP 2019-80 Alexander, home occupation special use permit for a short-term rental Airbnb at 338 North 14th Street. Please include the following items as part of the record for this case. The city's currently adopted zoning and subdivision regulations, the official zoning map for the area in question, the city's currently adopted master plan for the area in question, the staff report and attachments dated October 14, 2019, the application and other documents, plans, pictures, and maps submitted by the applicant in furtherance of the case and contained in the official file, the notice in the Wyandotte Echo dated June 13, 2019, and the notices to property owners dated June 12, July 1, August 7, and September 2, 2019. This time, does any member of the commission have any contact to disclose with regard to this application?
No.
Yes. I had a brief conversation with Commissioner McKiernan regarding both of these next two.
Okay.
Thank you. Good evening. Go ahead and give us your name and address and tell us about your project.
Sure. Thank you, sir. My name is Alex, and before I proceed, actually, my friend and colleague here has an almost identical project 2 doors down from where I live, it's just a suggestion. We could do both of ours at the same time.
Well, we need to do yours first. So
Roger that, sir.
just to keep everything straight, let's talk about yours.
Okay. Yes, sir.
But you've answered a question already, so thank you.
Okay, wonderful. It's kind of exciting, first time here. Okay, so what I intend to do...
It's a thrill for us, too.
I'm sure you had lots of fun, sir. So my name's Alex, and I moved to Kansas City, Kansas about 2 years ago. This was after I graduated college, and the whole thing where you go get the good grades to go get a job, and got the good grades, came out of school, had no job. So I worked for a bit, and I decided that I would get into real estate to generate another stream of income. And when I moved to Kansas City, I took a job, but it was a contract for a year. And I knew that I would have to plan ahead. So originally, when I moved into this area, I lived in that gentleman's house. And he impressed me because he actually converted this house into a roommate rental. And I thought, wow, that's kind of neat. He is renting out 2 rooms, and he's able to generate some cash flow, more than an average rental, and I wanted to learn from him. So when the 338 North 14th Street property, where I live now, caught fire, we actually contacted the owner, and we decided to purchase the property, the 2 of us. We actually both own the LLC, Arup and Anderson 50/50. And it wasn't the main property, it was the detached garage, and it has a grandfathered apartment on the 2nd floor. It had extensive damage from the fire, but we repaired it with the intention of having it as a long-term rental, and we intended to rent it out the same way we did for the 334 property, where we'd rent it out to rooms on 1-year-long leases. However, as the roller coaster of entrepreneurship goes, there were good times and there was also bad times. One of our tenants in the garage apartment found his way out the door within 30 days because, he did some damage to the property, and the final straw was on Easter Sunday, where he managed to call the fire department, the police department, and the ambulance at the same time as he was hanging out the window asking for help from the church next door. So we decided that short-term renting was a safer route and we could actually keep our vacancy a little bit lower. So we looked into that because we found that the quality of tenant was higher. So the purpose of the special use permit is to use, in the case of the 338 property, for that garage apartment that was grandfathered in, to use that as a short-term rental. We had a neighborhood meeting, and I learned from the neighborhood meeting that the major concern in the area was the school next door. And if I made a mistake, it was not reaching out to the local community earlier. Sometimes I can be a little bit of a recluse. So we had a neighborhood meeting, and we listened, and we went to another meeting just I think this past week, and I tend to go to their monthly meetings here on out. And our solution for the school is we have actually Vivint installed on the property, and we get to control who enters and who leaves the property, so we know who exactly is coming in and how many people are coming in, and that it's not some surprise. Like one of the concerns was a party or someone who might be a threat to the children. So because of the platforms and how they work, it is actually a safer tenant because everything's trackable, traceable. There's government ID involved with all the major platforms. It's the best way I can describe it is that when I was actually traveling abroad, I was in Panama recently, and the locals told me don't use the local taxis because it's not safe. Use the Uber app because Uber tracks exactly who is driving where you're going at the same time. Well, all the major platforms work the same way, so everyone is trackable, traceable, and if something were to happen, it would be easy to catch the people who are staying there. So the biggest threat we have are from locals who are booking the night from Kansas City, and we track that, and we don't allow people basically who are staying locally, or we keep an eye on them much more closely. I'm open for suggestions. The intention is to generate some more income because, like my colleague, I was displaced from the W-2 world, and we're facing an age. Our millennial generation, I believe, over the next 10 years, will see more automation, more AI, more technology replacing the what used to be high-income jobs. So we're looking for entrepreneurship. We're looking for multiple streams of income, and I chose this one. Thank you for your time, sir. I really appreciate it, and I'm open to suggestions and questions.
Okay. Questions for the petitioner?
Yeah, I have a question. Just a full disclosure, I do live in the neighborhood as well.
Hi.
Hi. Tell me, where do you currently reside?
338 North 14th Street, ma'am.
Okay.
So you live in the main house, and it's the garage structure that's you're petitioning for the Airbnb, correct?
Yes, sir.
Have you been using that as an Airbnb before coming before us tonight?
Yes, sir. So that was a mistake. I apologize. But it was mainly for friends and family. The intention was to get really good reviews before we fully launched. We have since blocked all the dates when we learned that we needed to give the petition.
Okay,
All I can say, I'm sorry.
I'm just going to ask for some clarity on the word mainly. So was it all family and friends that stayed there, or did you
No,
have
there
other
were some bookings that were from other
Airbnb?
people, and those have all since have happened.
Okay, all right. So we acknowledge that some bookings happened prior to your appearance tonight, and
Correct, sir.
we're getting things worked out.
Yes, sir.
Okay, great. Any other questions?
Staff also observes that there was some unresponsiveness to their questions. I take it we got that all worked out?
I don't understand what you mean, sir.
Scheduled to be heard July 8th. However, due to applicants' unresponsiveness to staff's questions, then it goes on to talk about the fact that you were friends and family. Apparently, you had to advertise to get them because it was listed on Airbnb.
Correct,
You're
sir.
telling us that all those things have been worked out?
We're getting better, sir. I'm not perfect. I made some mistakes. The unresponsiveness unresponsiveness was actually due to I changed my email. And when I received a phone call, I called back the next day. Yes.
Yeah, Commissioner Jones.
So, just to clarify, are you aware, have you had communication with staff that in our report, it appears that there's some issues of integrity and unresponsiveness? Are you saying that you think you've gotten all that worked out, and have you talked to staff about that?
I believe so. I'm going to say yes, but if there are any questions for integrity or concerns, I'm willing to answer that.
Okay. We'll get to staff in a minute. We'll find out.
Roger that, sir.
Other questions? Okay, seeing none, we will open up the public portion of the meeting. Is there anyone who wants to speak in favor of this project or in opposition to? Okay, we'll start. Are you speaking in favor? We'll start with you. Name and address for the record, please.
Yep, my name is Eric Anderson, and my address is 334 North 14th Street. So both me and Alex are good friends and business partners in a lot of different ventures at this point. I remember I actually met him when I was looking to rent out the last room in my house, 334 North 14th Street, on a year-long lease. I remember actually, I like to play a game of pool with potential tenants, and in that game of pool, we wound up talking about business for hours on end. And at the end of the game, I was like, you know what? Hey, even if you don't rent this room, I want to meet again and talk about business, because we both have a very similar entrepreneurial kind of wavelength. We get along together well, and it's something where we've always wanted to operate our businesses with the best integrity that we can. I mean, sometimes we're a little bit, we get so hyper-focused on our businesses, we don't realize about all the other places that we need to go and talk to. So that is, I do openly apologize about that.
We learn from our mistakes.
That we do. Yeah, so it's something where I know that when we realized that the neighborhood had the concerns about it being close to the school and that they actually they wanted to see the property, we found out, or we asked them when the neighborhood meeting was, and we also scheduled a open house that day. So anyone who wanted to come to see it before the neighborhood meeting and after the neighborhood meeting was more than welcome to. And we had some good discussions with everyone there. I'd say that in each person that we've met and that we've talked with, there was a lot of skepticism going in, and I fully acknowledge and accept that and embrace it. And we made sure to explain to everyone how we run our business, the different business practices, security systems, background checks that we use, and the ways that we've already been doing this on the Missouri side fairly successfully. And people have at least walked away a lot less skeptical. The primary reason these particular properties are being used this way is because we already lived here. And we're like, well, let's use our own homes.
Okay. Questions for this gentleman? Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, if I might.
Yes.
Mr. Anderson, aren't you operating another bed and breakfast for someone else on Strawberry Hill as well?
No.
Is that you? Okay.
No, that's not me.
Okay.
I have seen that listing on Airbnb, and I was kind of wondering what the story was.
Okay. I'm sorry. I confused you with somebody else.
It's all good.
So the only one you have is, well, your partner's in the one we're talking about, 338, and then also 334 we're going to get to in a minute, right?
Yeah.
In Kansas, anyway.
In the Kansas City, Kansas area.
Okay, great, thank you.
I personally live in 334.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Okay, anyone else want to speak in favor or in opposition? Yes, ma'am. Your name and address, please.
Hi, my name's Patty Orth. I live at 316 North 15th Street, which is just about a block down from the 338 address. I'm a lifelong resident, been at my house for over 45 years, grew up 2 blocks away from that before I got married and moved to my house. So I am committed to this neighborhood. Don't want to move to Piper, just committed to this area.
No comment.
I have the distinction that I have walked to school from kindergarten through college. That's how committed our neighborhood is to schools. Our main concern is, of course, the school. The playground which is the church parking lot, St. Peter's parking lot, is less than 50 feet across the street from this place that they want to have people, strangers come in and rent on short term. We're just concerned. Those kids play on that parking lot. I just heard on the news today, a little girl was kidnapped from a birthday party. You know, there's stranger danger out there, and we're just so concerned. They rent out their rooms. I guess both houses are licensed for rental, and you can have up to 5 unrelated people living in a house with sharing a bathroom and a kitchen. So that's what they're doing now. We don't know who these people are, you know. They're not really committed, I don't feel, to our neighborhood. We've gone a long way. We've gone downhill, and we're coming back thanks to Community Housing of Wyandotte County, who's completely helped us rebuild our neighborhoods. And we try to get people to move in, to go to our schools. Resurrection Catholic School is a combination of 5 parishes because of the dwindling numbers. I went to St. Peter's. It's still St. Peter's, but it's Resurrection Catholic School. So just a few things about what Eric said. This actual hearing has been postponed 3 times because they did not have a neighborhood meeting. And in fact, I called Alex. No, I didn't call Alex. I called Eric. I'm sorry what Alex had said, but I called Eric to say, hey, don't you want to talk to the neighbors? Don't you know you're supposed to have a neighborhood meeting? And he goes, oh, I didn't know we were supposed to, you know. So then they set it up. They set up a meeting at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. People work. They can't go to a meeting at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. We did have about, I think, 10 or 12 people show up for that.
For the 2 o'clock meeting?
For the 2 o'clock meeting.
Wow,
Yeah.
okay.
So my neighborhood meetings, I forgot to mention, I'm also president of Cathedral Neighborhood Association, so I speak on behalf of the neighbors who have contacted me. And you know, you talk about 200 feet away. Well, people might live farther than 200 feet away, but this is our parish, this is our church, this is our school. So we have a definite concern about who comes into these short-term rentals. You know, they advertise on a website, an 800 phone number. How do we know who these people are, you know? I've heard in the past, several cities are objecting to these Airbnbs and short-term rentals because of all the trouble they're having. They're having parties, kids, parents are actually renting these places for kids to have parties, you know, providing alcohol
Patty,
to yes, ma'am.
you've got 1 minute.
Okay, thank you. Underage kids. So, you know, that's our concern. Our concern is who's coming into our neighborhood. Alex mentioned that he's been here 2 years. Hate to signal anyone out, but he still has Illinois car tags. He's not committed to our neighborhood. The people that rent the rooms, all Missouri car tags. They're not committed to our neighborhood. And this is an old neighborhood, and that's our concern. And I thank you for your time.
Are there questions for, yes, Commissioner Miller?
As you're well aware, I was a child of that parking lot of many times.
And yet
So-
we are not going to hold this against her or you.
No, but as a graduate of Cathedral and all that, I'm with you on all the children. Airbnbs are kind of new, obviously. So we get these fights all the time. We can place stipulations on these. If this were to pass and we were to put stipulations, a lot of times on Strawberry Hill, we run into cars. We run into limiting it to 2 adults, no children. Things like that. Are there anything like that you would like to see if this were to pass?
I just really object because of the kids on that playground. You know, I'm not gonna be consulted as to who they are gonna rent to, okay? So I don't know, do they check, do they do? background checks? Do they do criminal background checks, you know?
We're going to get you some answers. So.
Okay, sexual, you know, are they on the sexual predator list, you know? So that's what we want to know, but again, our main concern are those kids, and also my neighborhood. I'm concerned. We have enough rental property. On the way down here, I saw 3 signs in the yard that said for rent, and I guarantee you those houses aren't licensed for rental. But I will be calling rental licensing in the morning to ask them if they are. So, you know, I'm committed. I'm committed to my neighborhood. Thanks.
And you can tell that. So thank you very much for your testimony. Commissioner Jones, do you have a question, or Commissioner Huey?
I just have more of a comment than anything. Again, it is my neighborhood. I raise my children there. I'm very committed. I've been involved in multiple boards that are within the area. I think the one thing about Airbnbs, and I'm a big proponent of Airbnbs, like if I go out of town, that's where I want to stay. But the point being, because it is new in Wyandotte County and the measures that staff has put together to protect neighborhoods, the advantage of a special use permit is the limitation, the 1-year limitation, 2-year limitation, that allows the owners of those properties to prove themselves and to also have a very strong relationship with the neighborhood. That's really crucial. That's the key. That's what's happening on Strawberry Hill. That's what's happening over in Argentina or in KU Med, Rosedale. Oh, it's because of the communication and the relationships that they are building. So that's just more of a statement. And I understand all of the cause for alarm. I really do. I just think that, you know, if there's dialogue and the ability to put stipulations within that special use permit, it benefits everybody. So, just a statement.
Other questions? Commissioner Jones.
Ma'am, I'm going to piggyback on what Commissioner Huey said. So as a part of what I would consider her statement being about is bridge building, my question is, did you say that you went to the meeting that was at like 2 o'clock?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So how responsive do you think, when you expressed your concerns, how responsive do you think they were?
They provided answers, the security that they provide, the cameras, that kind of thing. But again, who are these people? Even if they watch them go in and out, who are these people?
I'm totally with you on that, but one of the things that we look at too is if, you know, the bridge building doesn't start and they don't seem to be committed to the neighborhood and we think something's amiss, that does get taken into consideration.
Right, and just the fact that they, you know, this was postponed 3 times because they didn't even meet with the neighbors, you know? That's not a very good bridge building, in my opinion. And why this neighborhood? Why this neighborhood, you know? I stayed at Airbnbs in Boston and Montreal, but I was close to lots of stuff there. Why this neighborhood?
I think in some situations, I think for the many reasons you spoke tonight, that's probably the answer to that question, because we all know that St. Peter's is a great place to be. You know, I think when we have these conversations, being a landlord myself, sometimes what I have trouble with are my long-term tenants, and then there are so many issues with tenant rights and things like that. Sometimes it could take months to get somebody bad out of a situation, whereas Airbnb, they're gone tomorrow. So it's a little bit more instantaneous. But again, we're dealing with all this. This is all new to us as well. Your comments about your neighborhood and commitment obviously show, and they're taken into consideration. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Anyone else want to speak? Okay, yes, ma'am.
Hello, I'm Erin Hurd, and I also live at 338 North 14th Street. I definitely hear Patty's opposition, and I don't mean to place any blame when I make this statement, but I didn't know there was a neighborhood meeting. So I could say the blame was on both sides. I never bothered to look, and I've never met you till the neighborhood meeting.
I just need you to talk to me.
Sorry, I never
Sorry, no, that's
met
okay. I
her
know.
till
It's
but yeah.
a small group now, but you still got to talk to me.
Yeah. So I work in the business that they have, and for the 2 units that we have on the Missouri side, I'm actually the one that checks the camera every time I get a notification on my phone that someone enters or exits the building. A situation happened before I was brought in was a woman who stayed in the Missouri rentals. She
had a party and was removed that night with police and sirens going off, because we also have an app that alerts us of when a decibel gets too high on the property. So I understand the commitment. I'm at home a lot when the kids are playing on the parking lot. I hear them playing and I see them. So I understand the concern. I also think that the camera adds a additional security in that you do physically see who comes in and out of the property, and it's automatically set up to record a clip. So I can't attest to necessarily why, but to me, it just makes sense because it's where they live. Whether or not it's necessarily like the greatest location, it's 10 minutes from downtown, so it's not in downtown. So I think that might be why it helps, because they don't necessarily have to deal with the traffic within downtown. It's just close enough. But it's where they live, and it's we don't have any pictures, but it's renovated to where it's appealing to a higher quality tenant. So.
Okay, and so just for clarity, you live at 338 or 334?
334, sorry. No, 338, sorry. 338. I go back and forth to his house all the time, so I live on the corner house.
Okay, okay, and you're speaking in favor?
Favor.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you. And there, you're also saying there is a decibel meter
Yes,
or
it's
detector?
called Noise Aware. It's an app where we have it set to where if it goes above a certain decibel, we actually get an alert. And if we need to remove a tenant from the property, we can, on Vivint's side, we can put an alert so an alarm will go off, and then we can notify the police that they need to be removed if they don't remove themselves.
And that's called Noise Aware?
Noise Aware and Vivint. Noise Aware is the decibel app.
Oh, I just want to make sure I don't buy one for my house. So I just want to make sure I have that clear. Yes, Commissioner Huey.
So in the Airbnb information, is it posted no parties allowed?
Yes, that is specifically in our house rules on the site, and we also printed off a sheet in the unit that is printed off, so even if they try and claim that they didn't read it, it's actually in the unit itself.
Okay. Commissioner Jones, did you have something else? Okay. Any other questions? Okay, thank you. Okay, we're going to close the public portion of the meeting, and I'm going to ask the petitioner to come back up. And do you want to address any concerns from your neighbor?
It's my fault that I didn't reach out to the neighborhood earlier. It's my fault for not knowing the rules. But I intend to fix it. I intend to establish rapport to the best of my ability with my neighbors. I do believe we can become friends. As a regard to the location only works because we live there right now. Our growth, as far as our business is concerned, is elsewhere. It's just really convenient for us because we are living there. We don't intend to expand unit-wise in the cathedral district. And in fact, as our business grows, we probably will shut this one down. But it's really helpful for our growth right now. We hope that we can create a synergy. And it really actually is a higher quality of tenant, and it's actually much safer than it was before. Thank you for your time.
Okay, and just one question. I just want to clarify. You do reside at that residence, correct?
Yes, sir.
At the 338?
So,
I have a question. If you're on a trajectory of growth and you're shutting down the Airbnb, but does that mean you're moving out of the neighborhood, that you would sell that property and move, or are you just?
I've invested $60,000 into that property. I know I still have Illinois tags because slightly I'm a little lazy, but I'm invested in the community.
So you're telling me that even if you decide not to have an Airbnb, that you would stay in that home?
Absolutely. So, and I plan to stay there I'm a millennial. I don't know exactly how long I'll live there. I'd be honest, I don't intend to live there for the rest of my life, but for the next 5 years, yes.
Thank you.
And just to comment on the Illinois tags, you might want to check with the local police department regarding, where the car's domiciled, where it should be properly registered, and so on and so forth, because we've dealt with this one before, so just so you don't make another mistake, you might want to check on that one, okay?
Yes, sir. Thank you for your time.
Commissioner Miller?
This is gonna sound weird. Are you Shark House?
That is mine, actually.
Okay. Because I'm looking it up on Airbnb, and I'm on the Airbnb site with it. I just wanted to ask a few questions on it.
Absolutely, sir.
So, as you heard me say to Mrs. Orth, I'm very familiar with that neighborhood and the house. My grandma lived 6 houses down. So, are we talking about the garage?
Yes.
And the spot above the garage?
Yes, sir.
I see here that we've got the ability for 4 guests. I'm just out of curiosity, can 4 guests actually fit in that garage?
Actually, the way it's designed, quite comfortably, actually. If there's a rule against that, please let me know. But
There's not necessarily a rule, but we do add stipulations a lot of times and say.
sure, most of
one
our,
kid or something.
sorry, sir. Most of our clients are actually anywhere from 1 to 2 people.
Okay, I was just curious when I saw that. I see that.
Okay. Okay, we'll go ahead and close the public portion of the meeting. We'll get staff comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I still have questions about the responses from the applicant and what our information from our Airbnb reporting service says. So I'm going to recommend this be held over until we can get that information straight, so that when you all make your decision, that we'll actually have the true and accurate history of the property for you all to consider.
And so your recommendation is for holdover?
Yes, hold over to the November
12th.
November 12th Planning Commission.
Questions for staff?
I
Mr.
I
Ernst?
did grow up out west, 20th and Taromie, but I question, I'm very familiar with the neighborhood. 10 people and 6 cars. When we meet again, you might have studied that as well.
Okay, other comments, questions for staff? Seeing none, we'll entertain a motion.
Motion to hold over.
Second.
Motion to hold over made by Commissioner Ernst to the November 12th meeting, seconded by Commissioner Jones. Discussion on motion to hold over. Seeing none, roll call, please.
Ernst,
Aye.
Huey,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Miller,
Aye.
Hawley.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, that motion to hold over SP 2019-80 passes 5 in favor and none opposed, and that's for the reasons outlined by Mr. Richardson and also Mr. Ernst.
I have one question from Commissioner Jones for the petitioner.
Yeah, and it's not so much a question as it is a comment. I would strongly recommend, just based on the comments that you all made, I know you're working hard, you're young to be, trying to be entrepreneurs, but there's some things that you acknowledge not knowing. I would strongly suggest that you be a little bit more proactive in terms of learning some of the rules and regulations associated with the business that you want, and it will probably go better for you.
Thank you. I'm coachable.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, our next application is SP 2019-81, Eric Anderson, home occupation special use permit for a short-term rental Airbnb at 334 North 14th Street. Please include the following items as part of the record for this case. The city's currently adopted zoning and subdivision regulations, the official zoning map for the area in question, the city's currently adopted master plan for the area in question, the staff report and attachments dated October 14, 2019, the application and other documents, plans, pictures, and maps submitted by the applicant in furtherance to the case and contained in the official file, the notice in the Wyandotte Echo dated June 13, 2019, and the notices to property owners dated June 12, July 1, August 7, and September 2, 2019. Does any member of the commission have any contact to disclose with regard to this application?
No.
No.
All those for and against, please come to the front of the room.
Mr. Chairman, if I might, I would like to include the testimony from the last case with this record as well. And note to you all that my recommendation will likely be the same, but I would like Mr. Anderson to give his statement, and we might be able to move through this one a little faster.
Okay. Why don't you come up, while you look familiar, please give me your name and address again.
Sure thing. My name's Eric Anderson, and I live in 334 North 14th Street.
Okay. Is there anything from this petition that's different from the one that we just heard?
I'd say the primary difference between this one and mine and Alex's is that the rooms that are being used for short-term rental are within the primary building. Like it is the building that I live in. In fact, actually, I can walk across the hallway and knock on the door that would be used as a short-term rental, or go up the staircase to the third floor that would be used as a short-term rental.
Okay.
It is one of those things where the primary reason for this neighborhood is that I remember, so the reason why I came to this neighborhood in the very first place was because I was a molecular biologist. I used to be a molecular biologist for about 10 years. And as much as I loved all my shiny equipment that would beep, I realized that I needed to find another way to support myself as a long-term career goal, because I saw the writing on the wall as far as molecular biology careers went. I mean, there's only so long you can work 100+ hours a week on riding a bicycle held together with duct tape and baling wire and feel good about it. That, and also last June, I was laid off from the job that I did have at Quest Diagnostics. I was one of 20 people who was laid off at that time. It was something where I knew it would be coming at some point, so I was focused on making sure I was doing entrepreneurial activities on the side to prepare myself for that. With that in mind, I knew that I had lived in a lot of roommate situations before. So I knew what it would take to make a really good roommate rental. It would needed to be a large house with the bedroom count that would be maximum within the allowable amount of people within the city occupancy laws. So 5 unrelated people under one roof. So I went for a 5-bedroom house. I also wanted to be close to downtown because I still love downtown. I loved the old homes, and I wanted a large garage to play in. So this particular house has a 3-car garage and off-street parking for 5 cars. That was one of my really big selling points for me. I also know that when I came to this house, it had a lot of problems. In fact, actually, I joked that they were legion. And while holding down my full-time laboratory job, in 2 months, I repaired everything that was wrong with the place. It was a very systematic and involved project. But so I used my own time, my own dollars to be able to make it happen. And it's something where I love being able to look at this beautiful old house and know that not only did I fix it, but that it's providing a good place for people to live in. Usually the people who've rented bedrooms from me on a long-term basis have been people who were wanting to navigate toward their next big goal in life. They wanted to control their expenses to just a flat cost, and they wanted to be able to have like no major distractions on things that needed to be fixed or whatever. I would take care of all that, and that they could focus on their next goal. So fast forward a little while after having been in this property for about 2.5 years now, we had the issue with the tenant at 338, me and Alex did, and we learned a lot more about short-term rentals as we were looking around, like just trying to recover from the loss that we had. And we realized that this was not only was this a really good business model, but we could use some of the space that we already had in the homes that we lived in for that same purpose. So also to kind of address some of Patty's questions we do background checks on every guest who comes or who would come for the short-term rentals. To actually be on the platform and to go for it or to book one of our rooms, they have to pass a background check, which checks if they're have a criminal record, if they're on the sex offender list, any of that stuff. If they are on that, then they're not allowed in.
Is that your rule or Airbnb's?
You can put tighter rules on your own listings within Airbnb, and so Airbnb can then do references against national lists and local lists on criminal records or federal sex offender lists and stuff like that.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. So that I've already addressed background checks, why the neighborhood, also with house rules, like for different things on no parties, no get-togethers, like we actually very explicitly state within the different house rules that they're not supposed to smoke, party, It's only the people who actually were booked for the place that should be there. If they have, and with having notifications, the moment that the door opens, we can see who's there. If we see that if 2 people booked and 4 people are there, we can send a message to the guest right away saying, it's like, hey, there's this discrepancy. It's either an additional charge and you identify who's there, or you leave, like now.
Okay. Questions for Mr. Frank? Did I get that right? Yes. No, Mr. Anderson.
It's all good.
Is Mr. Anderson, right?
It
Okay,
is Mr.
sorry.
Anderson, yes.
Questions for Mr. Anderson?
I might like the Matrix.
Okay, we will open it back up. Now, are we going to hear the same for and against from the people that spoke before? So can we go ahead and admit your testimony from before for this case as well? Okay, I'm going to go ahead and close the the public portion of the meeting. I'm going to ask for staff comments and clarity on the motion to hold over.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd recommend this be held over to the November 12th, 2019 Planning Commission meeting so that we can verify the past record of these cases and additionally, as noted, discuss parking for the guests.
Okay, a motion, staff recommendation is for holdover, or are there questions for staff? Seeing none, we'll stand for a motion.
Motion to hold over until the November
12th.
12th meeting.
Second.
Motion to hold over made by Commissioner Pauly, seconded by Commissioner Miller. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Ernst?
Aye.
Huey?
Aye.
Jones?
Aye.
Miller?
Aye.
Pauly?
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, that motion to hold over this application until the November 12th meeting passes 5 in favor and none opposed.
Okay, both of the cases were held over, so if you would both get with staff tomorrow so that we can get some of these issues worked out. I don't think there's anything insurmountable. We just need to get some clarity on a few issues and move forward. Okay, great. Thank you both for being here. Ma'am, thank you for being here as well.
Mr. Chairman, that takes us to our next special use permit, SP 2019-96. Joe Heidrich with Cactus Bed Properties, LLC. Special use permit for a short-term rental, Airbnb, at 3147 West 45th Avenue. Please include the following items as part of the record for this case: the city's currently adopted zoning and subdivision regulations, the official zoning map for the area in question, the city's currently adopted master plan for the area in question, the staff report and attachments dated October 14, 2019, the application and other documents, plans, pictures, and maps submitted by the applicant in furtherance of the case and contained in the official file, the notice in the Wyandotte Echo dated August 15, 2019, and the notices to property owners dated August 14, 2019. Does any member of the Planning Commission have any contact to disclose with regard to this application?
No.
All those for and against, please come to the front of the room.
Good evening. Thanks for your patience. Give us your name and address and tell us about your project.
Yeah, my name is Joe Heidrich. I live at 625 West 58th Terrace, Kansas City, Missouri. This is the third special use permit that my wife and I have done. We're both healthcare providers at KU Med. We purchased our first home seeing a need for furnished housing, specifically for patients and families being treated at the medical center. And listening to the last 2 petitions, the key to this is engaging the neighborhood. We've done that in the past. In our first special use permit, we did have opposition, and we addressed that opposition. Now we have a great rapport with our neighbors. When it snows, I scoop their sidewalks. I help them move into their houses. One of the neighbors of this new facilities is actually a patient of ours, and so that is key. And I have the cell phone numbers and keep in contact with everybody in the neighborhood. The third special use permit that we're looking for is for short-term rental for the property on 45th Avenue in hopes of providing a smaller place for patients and their families to stay. This house is 700 square feet, perfect for a patient and a family member. Our other 2 properties are, have capacity capacity of around 8 guests, and most of the time wasn't used or needed by patients and families. So this particular house, we bought it in June, was needed to be ready for a 17-year-old kid from Hill City, Kansas, who was diagnosed with leukemia and needed a bone marrow transplant. We got it ready for him. They moved in shortly, then his care was transferred to Denver. There's a gentleman living in the house right now who needed a break from his wife, is the reason that he's in the house. The property from January through May is going to be rented to traveling nurses from Children's Mercy. And then from June through August is going to be rented for a student, a physical therapy student coming in from the University of Iowa. And we've engaged the neighborhood when we have a need for a neighborhood meeting. I don't mail the neighborhood invites. I personally knock on the doors and hand them to them and talk to them about the issues, introduce myself, talk to them about anything that may be of concern to them. And really that's indicative of the support that we've gotten from neighborhoods on all 3 projects that we've done. In February of last year, there was a news story of Jessica Harvey and her 7 kids were evicted from their house or living in a house with no hot water and no furnace. Our Airbnb was open, and we allowed them to come in, and they stayed for a month until they could get back on their feet. And I'm not saying that as some sort of pat on the back, but I do think it's important to see the good side of short-term rentals and see that there is opportunity to be a positive impact on communities. And there's some negative connotation that goes with it, and rightfully so, but there is a lot of opportunity that it does provide the neighborhood with bringing in traveling nurses, bringing in students from other universities to see the city. So that's all I have, and we hope to continue to support the neighborhoods by doing that.
Good. Thank you. Any questions for the petitioner? Okay, seeing none, we'll open up the public portion of the meeting. Is there anyone who wants to speak in favor of this petition?
I mostly have a point of clarification today. I want to say Mr. Heydrich has done a great job. He's a really nice guy, and he's using his Airbnbs for good, and I really appreciate that. That said, I want to say that this is his 3rd Airbnb in this neighborhood, and he's 3 of 20 in a relatively small area of Rosedale. And while Mr. Heydrich is a really nice guy doing a really good job, there are some unintentional effects on the neighborhood of that many Airbnbs in our area. Each of them pulls a house off of our housing market, which causes an affordability problem for our residents. And it does kind of over time cumulatively have the effect of turning our neighborhoods more into hotel districts. So while there's nothing at all wrong with the specific proposal, and again, Mr. Heydrich does a really great job, I do want to ask him if he's planning to continue buying up Rosedale properties and using them in this way. And I do want to just kind of note for the commission that while he's doing a really great job, there is kind of a problem when we can have an entity buying up a whole bunch of houses in one neighborhood and turning them into places with guests coming in all the time.
Sure, I understand your concern, and probably that might be better addressed by the staff as far as, the numbers and those kinds of things. I'm sorry, we need your name and address again for the record. We all know you, but
Aaron Stryka, 1403 Southwest Boulevard.
great, thank you.
Thank you.
But we'll get you some answers on that. Anyone else want to speak in favor of or in opposition to the request? Okay, I'm going to go ahead and close the public portion of the meeting, and I'm going to get staff comment, and I'm going to ask specific comment on the question made by the audience member.
So I think the best way to answer that is that, we're working on this issue in the zoning code, and it seems to me that the general feel of this topic is that if they're going to be in your home with you, with few exceptions, it's probably okay. I think tonight may be the first night we've had anybody opposed to one where there was somebody living, an Airbnb where the person lived in the property. Most of the opposition has been to this type of scenario where you don't live there. And so I think the way that we've talked about most recently with the zoning code would be to allow them if you are living in the home at the time that the visitors are there, unless there's some kind of problem, at which point in time you could have to get a special use permit to continue if you had complaints. And if you were in this type of situation, you would still have to get a special use permit if you didn't live on the site. And, we'll continue to track numbers and what's going on in the neighborhood. We have a pretty good idea on what we have in our community now. There's more localized in the Rosedale area than there are in other parts of the community, but they only represent about a quarter of the ones in the community right now, maybe a little bit more than a quarter. But I would think unless we get a significant number more, that what's going on right now is probably okay, and we'll monitor it.
Questions for staff?
And of course, that's subject to, the zoning code steering committee and, public hearings. And I don't think I've said that publicly, and that hasn't been released publicly before, but it's probably the best answer for your question tonight. And so that's, I think, the way we're leaning with that. And I hope to have a draft of the whole code that we can get out very shortly, but that's the direction that part is going.
Okay. I don't want to bog down the conversation with changes to the zoning code. I wanted a quick answer, but it's not a direct answer to your question, but I think it's something that's being looked at. But I don't, in respect for the petitioner, I want to move things forward on this particular case. Are there questions for staff regarding this particular case? Commissioner Miller.
Mine is more of a comment, and it is not about the zoning code change, even though it came out of a conversation regarding that. But I was talking to someone about that and how a basis right now is being a good neighbor, and I just wanted to, I thought you might come back up to the podium, but I want to commend you because you were the example I used as kind of the gold standard of getting involved in the community, just like you're saying with the door-to-door. And I do also agree with Aaron that we've got to look at this thing and make some changes. But I do want to commend you because I think of all the Airbnb owners that I've seen, I think that you really have kind of been the one, in my opinion only, that has kind of set the standard of what we need to be looking at.
Thank you. And our goal is really to be part of the neighborhood. And we know everybody on all three of the places that we own. We know everybody around it. And I know it's easy to say that here, but we really do intend to be part of the neighborhoods and obtain the neighborhoods. And I totally understand where she's coming from, and that's not our intention. We see it more from our profession and what the need is from a healthcare side of it, and an opportunity to what's around the medical center.
Okay. Questions for staff?
Not a question, but a quick comment as we transition on to Rob. So since we've had this case and her comment is well noted, I'm sure when we look at the evolutionary process the code needs to go through, look at saturation thresholds as a potential consideration.
Noted.
Thank you. I'll stand for a motion on this case.
Move to approve, subject to the stipulations in the staff report.
I'm sorry, did you have a question? Excuse me.
I did have a question.
There was not a second, so I'm going to go back.
Changing to zoning. Is that just an odd lot, but a full-size one? Or if you look at the actual property, it sets nowhere near any of the other houses. It's further back. And you might be able to answer that question, but I thought Rob might know.
The only way I could answer it is that typically a development pattern like that would have been the first house on a larger tract that got built backwards, built with a larger setback, or somebody just didn't want to be that close to the street. But that's just kind of how those things happen. The nature of the house doesn't look that much different than the rest of them there, but so I really can't. It's just a small lot with a house set farther back.
Okay. Commissioner Ernst, I'm sorry for overlooking you way down there, but it won't happen again. All right, now I will entertain a motion.
Move to approve, subject to the stipulations in the staff report.
Motion to approve by Commissioner Miller. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Huey. Any discussions? Seeing none, roll call.
Ernst,
Aye.
Huey,
Aye.
Jones. Aye. Miller,
Aye.
Pauly.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, that motion to recommend approval of this special use permit, subject to the staff's comments and suggestions, passes. 5 in favor and none opposed.
Thank you. This will be heard again on December 31st at 7 PM in this room.
Our next application is number SP 2019-100, Desiree Monazi with Avenue of Life Incorporated. Special use permit for a transitional group home for teenagers at 3535 Wood Avenue. Please include the following items as part of the record for this case: the city's currently adopted zoning and subdivision regulations, the official zoning map for the area in question, the city's currently adopted master plan for the area in question, the staff report and attachments dated October 14, 2019, the application and other documents, plans, pictures, and maps submitted by the applicant in furtherance of the case and contained in the official file, the notice in the Wyandotte Echo dated September 19, 2019, and the notices to property owners dated September 12, 2019. Does any member of the commission have any contact to disclose with regard to this application?
No.
Mr. Chairman, if I might, I believe that it might have been stated that the last case would be heard December 5th. It will actually be heard October 31st, just in case there was a confusion. The applicant was confused, so just to clarify.
I said December 31st. I mean,
October 31st. Okay, he was confused. I just wanted to clarify that while everyone was.
Okay.
Ms. Strike is still here, and we're all still here.
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
We've outlived everyone else in the room.
All those for and against, please come to the front of the room.
Good evening. Thanks for your patience. Give us your name and address. Tell us about your project.
My name's Cameron Erlinson. I'm actually the operations director of Avenue of Life, just 2 blocks south of here. And I'm here on behalf of Desiree Moniz. And we have a team who will each share. So I'll be brief and give a little bit of history, if that's all right, of what we have done and a little bit of the history of the house that we're looking at 3535 Wood. So when we purchased this house on Wood Avenue, just over around a year ago, it has always been used in all of its history in service to the community. So it was originally a convent, then it was purchased by Rachel's Tea House for teen moms, and then it became the Blue Door Project, which worked with foster kids. And Avenue of Life, what we've done over the number of years, we are here in Wyandotte County for children and their families who are homeless and in poverty. And so we work with about 40-plus partners. We have MOUs with all of these partners that are in the government, so DCF. We work with the school district. We work with other nonprofits. We work with for-profit organizations. And we walk with these families through a process of moving from struggle to stability. It's the best way for me to describe it. So we've done that for the last 4.5 years, but we have a group of children, they're teenagers, that are called unaccompanied youth. And if you're unaccompanied, it means you don't have a parent or guardian. And so they go from house to house with friends. They are the most resilient and amazing kids because they're still on track to graduate. They just don't have a place to live. And so these are the kids that we want to help move into that place of not only graduating school, but then walk with them through the process to career, to college, to help them experience that stability that they need for those specific things. Now the house, I'm going to be very brief. The house has we can have about 30 beds if we'd like. In terms of like permanent beds, there's about 18 or so bedrooms. And of course, all of these kids would be referred to as from the school district. So they would come, some of them may be siblings. So they could all live on this property in those rooms. We're going to start, our goal is to start actually with 6 to 10 teenage girls. 16 to 18 years old. These are, again, kids that are resilient. It's not a foster care situation. We're working specifically with kids who are unaccompanied. And we will have 24/7 staff, always at least 2 staff, 24/7. We have case managers, case workers, professional staff that work with these kids. We've been doing this for years, so we will actually take one of our navigators over there full-time and then also fill in roles with our full-time staff that have been doing this type of work with families for the last 4.5 years. And so I'm going to that's my brief little synopsis because I want to give these ladies an opportunity to share. And so Dr. Hill, if you want to come up and share just briefly.
Good evening. My name is Dr. Evelyn Hill. I'm at 640 Washington Boulevard here in KCK, and I am the former president of the Board of Education. And while I was on duty, I discovered that we had 1,500 homeless kids. And I decided at that point I needed to figure out what we could do as a community to decrease homelessness in our area. So we had a huge community meeting that actually started with DCF, and they held the meeting at Avenue of Life. And one of the discussions was, what can we do together that could make a valuable impact in our community? And the constituents at that meeting said, let's work with these kids. Let's get those families that are homeless homes. And so together, that's what we've been doing for the last 4 years. We work strategically with the school district and the community. We call ourselves KCLE, and that stands for Kansas Community Leadership Enterprise, which is several agencies in the community, and Avenue of Life is that backbone organization. And we work together called Impact KC, where all of these agencies work together to get these homeless kids homes. Well, all of that has been wonderful in that from the 1,500 homeless kids, we are down now to under half of that. And so we have proven that working together makes a big difference, and our kids are definitely benefiting. So we've done well with doing good work for families, but how do we get the kids that are couch surfing and living at Walmart and washing up at McDonald's in the morning, how do we get homes for them? So that's when we decided, let's do something for the unaccompanied youth. And so, again, we are working together with other agencies in the community to get this done. We are very excited about the opportunity to work with other agencies and our own navigators in the school district to actually have a home for our unaccompanied youth. Mind you, it's a very special type kid. If they don't have their birth certificate, they don't have an address, how do you help those kids? So we had to be very creative and figure out ways how we could help those kids. In fact, we worked with Sligo High School quite a bit, and one of the suggestions was what we could do is definitely use their lunch card number as their ID, which is a perfect example of being creative. So I'm not going to take up a whole lot more time. I just want to say that it's a great opportunity for our kids that have been homeless and couch surfing and living in Walmart and McDonald's and anywhere else they can to have a nice home. Thank you.
Thank you, and you can take up any of my time telling me stories like that.
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Good evening. My name is Lisa Garcia Stewart, and I reside at 12817 Lathrop. I am the Director of Student Services for the Kansas City, Kansas Public School District. And hard to follow Dr. Hill, but her passion speaks volumes. I am a product of Wyandotte County, and I work for the school district. And so McKinney-Vento removes the barriers for students that are couch surfing or families that are doubled up. And as Dr. Hill indicated, we have reduced youth homelessness by 50%, but we still have a large number of unaccompanied youth that, for whatever reason, are without a parent or guardian. And we have limited opportunities in Wyandotte County. And part of removing those barriers is providing transportation, stable housing, so that our students maintain the trajectory to graduate. Otherwise, our youth homelessness and our unaccompanied are four times greater to drop out and not graduate. So what the stable housing will provide is transportation, removing those barriers to enrollment since they're without a parent or guardian, providing them the stable housing that they need for a safe place to sleep. Those stories that Dr. Hill was sharing are not an exaggeration for our unaccompanied youth that may be just couch surfing place to place with a friend and or sleeping in Walmart, under a bridge, in a car, for whatever reason that they have been removed from their parent and or guardian for a variety of reasons. If their parent was incarcerated, if they were born in this country but their parents were deported, they are now without the opportunity to now enroll in school. And so we want to provide them a safe place that they can identify as their home and remove those barriers to enrollment if they don't have the proper documents. And so I'm here as a representative from the school district to say that we can't do this without the help of a partnership such as Avenue of Life that is able to do and maneuver things that a school district wouldn't be able to do, perhaps, but we want to support whatever we can to keep our kids in school and attending. And so I appreciate your time this evening.
Thank you. Are you going to make me cry too?
Hopefully.
Okay.
My name is Taylor Penrod, and I live at 3521 Ruby Avenue in Kansas City, Kansas. Dr. Hill mentioned that Avenue of Life works with a lot of different agencies to bring about this sort of change in our city. I'm the CEO of a nonprofit called Barefoot Mission that has had the privilege and the honor to partner with Avenue of Life in this project. So something that I love, when I kept hearing them speak, the word home. I'm not gonna cry. This is not just a building that has 4 walls. Well, actually it has a lot more than 4. It's not just a building. What has been so beautiful about this process is we are making it a home. We have worked with the design team to figure out how can we make these 18 bedrooms look like home to teenagers? How can we bring in cozy pillows and beautiful rugs and cork boards that they can decorate with the pictures of what life can look like for them? So we've had this beautiful opportunity of making this a home. Along with that, I'm a big believer in a holistic approach. I'm a believer that to be whole people, that we need to activate the mind, body, and soul. We need to be people that look at all of those parts. And so Barefoot Mission will be doing some of the programming in this youth home. And what I'm excited about is we're going to give these teenagers this holistic approach to programming. How can we teach them with their mind? Entrepreneur programs, financing, tutoring, trade school, so where they can learn if someone loves to work on cars, let's bring in a mechanic for a whole month that can work with this student every day after school on how to fix an engine. So we're going to be activating the mind in that way. We're going to be working with the body and doing gardening beds and teaching these students, how do you plant your own food? What do you do with that food once it's harvested? How do you cook? How do you take care of your body? What's good for your body? What's bad for your body? We'll have yoga and different exercises that will come in the home 2 to 3 times a week, so these students are learning how to activate their bodies. And then with the soul portion, we'll offer various things to just stimulate them, to let them know that they are loved, that they are valued, and they will be people that continue to make an impact on this city and give back. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything else?
If I could just mention one thing that is very significant, is one of the things we do with our families, we work with these families until the youngest child graduates high school. So if a family comes to us at Avenue of Life and all of our partnerships and they have a 5-year-old, we stay connected relationally with that family until that youngest child graduates high school. And it's all Wyandotte County. Like, we are laser-like focused in Wyandotte County. Well, with these young people, it's a little different because once they graduate high school, they don't have parents to walk them through and navigate. So we've committed to these teenagers to walk with them until their college career, 18 to 24, help them go apply for schools. And we'll do that actually while they're at the home, help them get their first job or get an apartment, or all of these different dynamics that typically, for some of us anyway, we've had a family invest in us and help us walk down that road. So these kids deserve the very same thing that we'd want to do for our kids. And so that's our heart and that's our passion. And we've done a ton of renovating to this house, and it's going to be ready pretty soon. So anyway, if you guys have any questions for us.
Yes, thank you. Questions for the petitioner? Okay, seeing none, we're going to open up the public portion of the meeting. Is there anyone who wants to speak in favor of or in opposition to this project? Okay, seeing none, we'll close the public portion of the meeting. We'll get staff comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We'd recommend approval, subject to the stipulations in the staff report.
Questions for staff? Seeing none, I'll entertain a motion.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion to approve by Commissioner Jones, seconded by Commissioner Pauly. Any discussion? Roll call.
Ernst?
Aye.
Huey?
Aye.
Jones?
Aye.
Miller?
Aye.
Pauly?
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, that motion to recommend approval of SP 2019-100, subject to the staff's comments and suggestions, passes. 5 in favor and none opposed.
Thank you. This will be heard again, excuse me, October 31st, 7 PM in this room. Thank you for looking after the forgotten ones.
Our next application is special use permit SP 2019-101, Jason Newman. Special use permit for a short-term rental Airbnb at 4112 Booth Street. Please include the following items as part of the record for this case. The city's currently adopts its zoning and subdivision regulations, the official zoning map for the area in question, the city's currently adopted master plan for the area in question, the staff report and attachments dated October 14, 2019, the application and other documents, plans, pictures, and maps submitted by the applicant in furtherance of the case and contained in the official file, the notice in the Wyandotte Echo dated September 18, 2019, and the notices to property owners dated September 12, 2019. Does any member of the commission have any contact to disclose with regard to this application?
No.
All those for and against, please come to the front of the room.
Good evening.
Good evening. How's everybody?
Good.
Good. My name is Jason Newman, and this is regarding 4112 Booth Street. I'm requesting to operate this property as a short-term rental. I had the opportunity to buy this property back in July, and it was in pretty good shape for the most part, except for it just had not been taken care of. You couldn't even see the house from the street because the front yard was so overgrown. So over the last few months, I've been spending pretty much all my time getting the house fixed up and ready to be a short-term rental. All the remodeling and everything is now completed, and I am starting to furnish the house with the idea of renting it as a short-term rental. And that's pretty much it.
Questions for the petitioner? Seeing none, we'll open up the public portion of the meeting. Is there anyone who wants to speak in favor of or in opposition to this request? Seeing none, we'll close the public portion of the meeting. We'll get staff comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We'd recommend approval, subject to the stipulations in the staff report.
Is this for a 2-year period?
This is, you do not live on the property, so it'll be for 1 year.
For 1 year, okay. Questions for staff? Seeing none, we'll entertain a motion.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion to approve by Commissioner Huey, seconded by Commissioner Jones. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Ernst?
Aye.
Huey?
Aye.
Jones?
Aye.
Miller?
Aye.
Pauly?
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, that motion to recommend approval of the special use permit, subject to the staff's comments and suggestions, passes 5 in favor and none opposed.
Thank you. This will be heard again on October 31st at 7 PM in this room.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That now takes us on to our alley vacation application, A 2019-5, Danny Boyle with Boyle Midwest LLC, vacation of an alley at 4141 and 4151 Fairbanks Avenue. Please include the following items as part of the record for this case. The city's currently adopted zoning and subdivision regulations, the official zoning map for the area in question, the city's currently adopted master plan for the area in question, the staff report and attachments dated October 14, 2019, the application and other documents, plans, pictures, and maps submitted by the applicant in furtherance of the case and contained in the official file, the publication in the Echo dated September 19, 2019, and the notices to property owners dated September 12, 2019. Does any member of the commission have any contact to disclose with regard to this case?
No.
All those for and against, please come to the front of the room.
Good evening. We saved the best for last.
Hello. This commission puts in some long hours.
Tell us about it.
I'm Rick Rehorn. My address is 4151 Cambridge, Kansas City, Kansas. I'm the lawyer for the applicant.
So you're not the last.
No.
I'll get on with it.
You'll see some brevity here, Mr. Chairman. My client, Bull Midwest.
The other people panicked. They've been waiting.
My client, Bull Midwest, recently purchased the property at 4141 and 4151 Fairbanks Avenue. My client, Bull Midwest, the owners actually own 2 other companies, Delta Innovative Services and DB2 Services, and these 2 businesses will be the tenants at this property. Delta Innovative Services is the largest commercial roofing company in Kansas City, in Kansas City, and employs more union roofers than any company in town. DB2 is a sheet metal company which also employs a lot of union sheet metal workers. The idea is that both these companies will come under one roof at this location. And it's my understanding also that DB2s intends to do some manufacturing going forward. The street to be vacated here dead ends on our property and leads nowhere but to our parking lot. We really appreciate the staff's efforts in this matter, and we would move the commission to approve our petition. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions for the petitioner? Seeing none, we'll open up the public portion of the meeting. Is there anyone who wants to speak in favor of or in opposition to this request? Seeing none, we'll close the public portion of the meeting. We'll get staff comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is kind of a technicality, but just before we publish an ordinance on this, we got to verify that there aren't utilities in the right-of-way. If there aren't, we'll publish it as a complete vacation. If there are, we'll retain an easement. But with that, we'd recommend approval.
Okay. Questions for staff? Seeing none, entertain a motion.
Move to approve, subject to the stipulations in the staff report.
Second.
Motion to approve by Commissioner Miller, seconded by Commissioner Pauly. Any discussion? Hearing none, roll call.
Ernst,
Aye.
Huey,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Miller,
Aye.
Pauly.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, that motion to recommend approval of this vacation application, subject to the staff stipulations, passes. 5 in favor and none opposed.
Thank you. This will be heard once again on 10/31, 7 p.m.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, we have 2 applications we're going to hear together. University Rosedale Edition, preliminary and final plat at 111 Southwest Boulevard. Plan review application PR 2019-22. Brent Thompson, preliminary and final plan review for the continuation of manufacturing food products, office and warehouse at 111 Southwest Boulevard. Please include the following items as part of the record for this case. The city's currently adopted zoning and subdivision regulations, the official zoning map for the area in question, the city's currently adopted master plan for the area in question, the staff report and attachments dated October 14, 2019, the application and other documents, plans, pictures, and maps submitted by the applicant in furtherance of the case and contained in the official file, and the notices to property owners dated September 12, 2019. Does any member of the commission have any contact to disclose with regard to this application?
No.
All those for and against, please come to the front of the room.
Good evening. Thanks for your patience.
Thank you. I'm Roger Dill. Brent Thompson couldn't make it today. I'm Roger Dill from RIC. We office at 132 Abbey Avenue in Kansas City, Kansas. We're just asking for the replat of this property to vacate a green buffer that runs through the building or in the area of the property now, along with a utility easement that is in the property or on the property and runs through the building at this time.
Any questions? Seeing none, we'll open up the public portion of the meeting. Is there anyone who would like to speak in favor of or in opposition to? Seeing none, we'll close the public portion. We'll get staff comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There's actually 2 requests here. One is a plan review and the other is a plat. Basically, this is being done to assure that the future buyer of this is purchasing a legally conforming building. The way industrial properties have their parking set is by the Planning Commission Board of Commissioners. So the plan review sets the parking, and the plat resolves a couple of issues around the perimeter, and then they'll also do a right-of-way use agreement for a portion of the parking that's in the right-of-way. But we're setting their parking to what's actually legal without the right-of-way use agreement, and that works for the future owner of the property. This is the old original Juan building you might be familiar with.
Which building? Which building?
Original Juan. It's the orange building there on Southwest Boulevard. So anyway, we're trying to make this legal so that the sale can be consummated and the new owner can move the new business in.
Okay, questions for staff? So we need a motion on the subdivision first?
Either one.
Okay. What's your pleasure? Everybody's looking at you.
The subdivision.
Preliminary final plat?
Oh, yeah, the preliminary final plat.
I knew that's what you wanted.
Subject to staff stipulations.
Thank you, Commissioner Miller. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Huey. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Ernst,
Aye.
Yui,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Miller,
Aye.
Pauly.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, that motion to approve the plat, subject to the staff stipulations, passes 5 in favor and none opposed.
Thank you. I'll stand for a motion on the preliminary and final plan review.
Motion to approve preliminary and final plan review.
Second.
Motion to approve by Commissioner Pauly, seconded by Commissioner Miller. Any discussion? Hearing none, roll call.
Ernst,
Aye.
Yui,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Miller,
Aye.
Pauly.
Aye.
Did I forget somebody? Did I call Yui? I'm sorry.
Did.
Mr. Chairman, that motion to recommend approval of this plan review passes 5 in favor and none opposed.
Thank you. This will be heard one more time, 10:31, 7 p.m. in this room.
Mr. Chairman, our last item on the agenda is plan review application PR 2019-23, Rose Design Group Incorporated, preliminary and final plan review for an ice manufacturing and distribution facility at 1901 South 45th Street. Please include the following items as part of the record for this case. The city's currently adopted zoning and subdivision regulations, the official zoning map for the area in question, the city's currently adopted master plan for the area in question, the staff report and attachments dated October 14, 2019, the application and other documents, plans, pictures, and maps submitted by the applicant in furtherance of the case and contained in the official file, and the notices to property owners dated September 12, 2019. Does any member of the commission have any contact to disclose with regard to this case?
No.
No.
All those for and against, please come to the front of the room.
Good evening. I hope you brought samples, as hot as it is.
Well, luckily, we didn't beat the record of, I presented before at 1 a.m., so we're far from that.
Well, we're not there yet, so
We're getting close.
be concise.
Yeah, but my name is Chris Bell. I'm the architect of record for this project at Rose Design Build at 15311 West 109th Street, next to Kansas, 66219. And we are last and probably least, but we've been working with staff where we approve all their recommendations, so we approve all the stipulations, so it's an easy response for me. And I know that the tenant is anxious to be here in Kansas City, Kansas. They facility, they basically make bag ice. You go in the convenience stores and you have the ice machines up front. They're the ones that provide the ice. So that's the company that we're proposing the site. So if you have any questions, I'd be more than happy answering.
Any questions? Any questions for the petitioner? Okay, seeing none. Anyone in the audience? There is no one in the audience. Is there anyone? Oh, yes, ma'am. I'm sorry. Okay. Okay. I'm sorry. You went to tie your shoe and you disappeared from my angle. Since there is no one in the audience who wants to speak in favor of or in opposition to, we'll close the public portion of the meeting. We'll hear a very brief staff comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We recommend approval subject to the stipulations in the staff report.
Thank you. Is there any questions for the staff? Seeing none, I'll stand for a motion.
Move to approve subject to the stipulations in the staff report.
Second.
Motion to approve by Commissioner Miller, seconded by Commissioner Pauly. Any discussion? Hearing none, roll call.
Ernst,
Aye.
Yui,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Miller,
Aye.
Pauly.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, that motion to recommend approval of this plan review, subject to the stipulations, passes 5 in favor and none opposed.
Thank you. This will be heard one more time, 10:31, 7 p.m. in this room.
Mr. Chairman, before you adjourn the meeting, I just want to remind the commission that next month, the meeting is on Tuesday because Monday is a holiday and the building's closed.
Great,
So it's Tuesday, November 12th.
Tuesday, November 12th. Okay, thank you. And Janet, I just wanted to publicly congratulate you on your 45 years of service to the unified government.
Thank you. I'm not going to make it to 46, I don't think.
Well, if they're all like this one, you probably won't, neither will any of us. Thank you all. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Meeting's adjourned.
What's the agenda like?